Chapter 1073 Have your young master meet me. Chapter 1073 Have your young master meet me. Isn't that way too easy? The dragons gradually realized that Long Mo's strength might be more terrifying than they had imagined. The secret skill of the Cloud Dragon lineage, Cloud Confusion, was merely a decoration in Long Mo's eyes. Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was no exaggeration to say that even the legacy cultivation techniques of the primordial 9 races could not compare to it. Although there were no visual techniques in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his eyesight was so strong that he could see through most illusions. Furthermore, apart from the fact that Su Zimo had cultivated the Illumination Dragon Eye in this true body of the dragon race, he possessed the Illumination Stone in his right eye. Pitter-patter! Pitter-patter! Without any warning, a dark cloud appeared above Su Zimo's head and it rained heavily. Like needles and swords, the raindrops fell towards Su Zimo densely. A young man from the Rain Dragon lineage attacked. However, he did not fight Su Zimo in close combat. Instead, he stood not far away and released the secret skill of the Rain Dragon lineage. Humph! Raising his head, Su Zimo's eyes were clear as he faced the falling raindrops fearlessly. Suddenly he shouted, "Disperse!" Boom! His voice was like thunder. The dark clouds hovering above Su Zimo's head dissipated with a loud bang, and the pouring rain seemed to have sensed something as well as it dodged in fear. Not a single raindrop landed on Su Zimo despite the heavy downpour. The dragons were shocked. Long Mo did not move at all and merely hollered. Yet the secret skill of the Rain Dragon lineage vanished into thin air. What sort of powers were these? Was it a bloodline suppression? That was impossible. Even the 5 dragon lineages did not possess such a terrifying bloodline. Furthermore, Long Mo's bloodline was impure. How could there be such a phenomenon? The young man from the Rain Dragon lineage was stunned on the spot, and his mind went blank. Su Zimo's expression was calm as usual. With one hand behind his back, he had already arrived in front of the other person as he extended his palm and pressed down. Bang! The body of the young man from the Rain Dragon lineage shuddered and his clothes were torn apart, revealing a gigantic palm print. He was sent flying and his tendons and bones were broken as he laid on the ground, unable to stand up. In reality, although Su Zimo was furious, he was still rational. His attacks were not fatal. Apart from the dragon blood battlefield, killing in fights in other regions of the dragon race were not allowed. However, Su Zimo's attacks were extremely heavy. Tendons and bones were ruptured at every turn. Even with the powerful bloodline of the dragon race, such injuries would take at least half a month to recover. For a moment, the dragons were stunned. However, Su Zimo did not stop. As though he was strolling idly, he walked towards the group of dragons and extended his palm once more, suppressing a young man of the coiling dragon race. This time round, Su Zimo was the one who took the initiative to attack. You! The young man from the coiling dragon race was enraged. Although he was stunned by Su Zimo's methods, he could not withstand such provocation. Suddenly, the young man from the coiling dragon lineage opened his mouth and spat out a black mist. The mist carried a strong stench and produced a hissing sound the moment it was exposed. The spirit chi in the void was corroded by the mist. The bloodline of the coiling dragon lineage contained poison, and they were good at using it. However, he did not realize what sort of existence he was facing. Given the bloodline of the true body of the dragon race, the poison was not a threat to Su Zimo at all. Su Zimo traversed through the pitch-black mist. His palm did not pause at all as he suppressed the young man of the coiling dragon lineage and sent the latter flying. Poof! The young man of the coiling dragon race spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted on the spot. Su Zimo charged into the group of dragons and wherever he passed, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. All the dragons were sent flying and none of them could stop him. More than 100 dragons were crippled by Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. If it was in the cultivation world outside, the remaining cultivators would have long dispersed after encountering such a situation. However, among the dragon race, even the four factions did not retreat despite their thin bloodlines. The outcome of not retreating was being suppressed by blood. With one hand behind his back, Suzumo merely used a single move. He suppressed everyone with his palm. However, none of the 100-odd dragons could defend against that single move. Complete suppression. None of the dragons that crowded at Solitary Cloud's lair were innocent. All of them had bullied Solitary Cloud before. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 dragons were suppressed by Suzumo. They either fainted completely, or were left lying on the ground letting out tragic cries from time to time. He crushed everything in his path. On the battlefield, blood chi surged. Apart from Suzumo, the only one who could stand on the spot was a young man from the Flood Dragon lineage. Arriving before the person, Suzumo looked at him expressionlessly with a calm gaze without saying anything. The two of them were extremely close. The young man from the Flood Dragon lineage was pale and his arms trembled slightly. He was drenched in sweat. Although he had the dignity of a dragon, it was impossible for him to be completely fearless in the face of such a situation. The two of them stood face to face, but the young man from the Flood Dragon lineage did not dare to raise his head to look ahead. Against Suzumo's terrifying aura, that person lowered his head and could not move at all. He even had the urge to kneel on the ground. The person before him had evoked the fear in the depths of his soul and blood. At that moment, the commotion here had already alarmed many dragons of the mixed dragon lineage. In fact, there were even figures from the 5 dragon lineages not far away. Thump! Right in front of everyone, the young man from the Flood Dragon lineage suddenly knelt down. His body was trembling uncontrollably as though he was enduring immense fear and pressure. This scene caused an uproar among the dragons. It was one thing for him to suppress the dragons, but it was another thing for a flood dragon to be forced to kneel by someone with one hand behind his back. Pui! A dragon spat out his saliva forcefully with a disdainful expression and sneered. How embarrassing! Even if you can't win, you can't kneel. The dignity of the dragon race is not to be sullied. Humph, in my opinion, that flood dragon won't be able to survive in the future and will definitely be bullied to death by the other flood dragons. The young man from the Flood Dragon lineage felt bitter when he heard the voices of the dragons. If one did not stand opposite the scarlet-haired man, they would never be able to feel that terrifying pressure. He could not defend against it at all. The scarlet-haired man gave him a feeling that he was even more terrifying than the dragons of the 5 lineages. Do you know why I didn't suppress you? Suzumo asked indifferently. And no. The young man from the Flood Dragon lineage's heart skipped a beat, and his voice paused for a moment. Suzumo said, Go back and have your young master of the Flood Dragon lineage come see me. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with unquestionable dominance. Yes. For some reason, the young man from the Flood Dragon lineage could only agree subconsciously. That person stood up as though he had been pardoned and did not even dare to turn around. He merely lowered his head and retreated slowly. After a few feet, he turned and left hurriedly. Chapter 1074 Bloodline Suppression. Chapter 1074 Bloodline Suppression. Not far away, a few illumination dragons stood with fiery red hair and wild expressions, watching everything calmly. Interesting. The leader of the group, a young man from the Illumination Dragon lineage, smirked and murmured. An Illumination Dragon behind him frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Brother Chio, this long MO seems to be a little tricky to deal with. A look of disdain flashed through the eyes of the young man called Long Chio as he remarked indifferently, Bullying some mixed dragons is nothing. That's right. Another Illumination Dragon sneered. Given the commotion here, the young masters of the 4 mixed dragon factions will definitely appear. If Long Mo can't even get past the 4 mixed dragon young masters, he's not worth Brother Chio's attention. On the other side, dragons from the horned and hornless dragon lineages had just arrived from the primordial divine spring. This Long Mo does have some capabilities. If that's all there is, it's nothing much. Although Suzumo had suppressed more than 100 dragons along the way, his combat strength was nothing in the eyes of the 5 lineages. All dragons of the 5 lineages had such strength. However, these dragons did not know that the combat strength Su Zimo displayed earlier on was less than 30% of his true strength. The mixed dragons in the surroundings no longer advanced. If Su Zimo could suppress more than 100 dragons single-handedly, they would only be bullied if they went forward. On the battlefield, the dragons that were strewn all over the ground did not step forward either. More and more dragons gathered here. All the dragons knew that this matter would only end when the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage arrived. Su Zimo returned to Solitary Cloud's side and whispered, "Sorry that I was late." "Master, what are you saying?" Solitary Cloud laughed. "You don't know how excited I was when I walked out of the primordial divine spring and found out that I was in the Dragon Bone Valley. I won't regret it no matter how much I suffer here." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "In the dragon race, strength is everything. There's a limit to what I can help you with. If you want to survive here, you'll have to rely on yourself." The reason why Su Zimo attacked was not because Solitary Cloud lost in fights with dragons of the Flood Dragon lineage. It was normal for one to lose against a group of dragons because their skills were inferior. Su Zimo was furious that the dragons here did not give Solitary Cloud a chance to cultivate and become stronger. They did not even give him time to recover from his injuries. That was not fair. Since this place was unfair, he would create a fair environment for Solitary Cloud. "Don't worry, Master!" Solitary Cloud's gaze was resolute. "As long as I'm given time to cultivate, I'll definitely be able to transform into a dragon." Pausing for a moment, Solitary Cloud's gaze landed on dragons of the 5 lineages not far away. With a grim expression, he whispered, "Master, the people from the 5 lineages are here. Things seem to have gotten a little out of hand." "It's fine." Su Zimo glanced sideways indifferently before retracting his gaze. As long as those dragons did not cause trouble for him, he could not be bothered. Time slowly passed. There were not only dragons from the mixed dragon lineage, many from the 5 lineages came as well. Countless gazes landed on Su Zimo with strong hostility. Anyone with a fragile heart would not be able to withstand being surrounded by dragons. Even though Solitary Cloud was sitting behind Su Zimo, he was still feeling uneasy. As a WYRM, he would feel immense pressure even if he was targeted by a single dragon, let alone a group of dragons. However, Su Zimo was composed and merely closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Right then, a commotion broke out among the dragons. The group of dragons dispersed as another group of dragons in brocade robes strode in. The 4 people in the lead had sharp gazes and exuded a terrifying aura. "The 4 young masters are here. This is going to be interesting." The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage is considered to be at the perfected Void Reversion realm with half a foot into the Dharma characteristic realm. Longmo's bloodline is impure, and I don't think he can last more than 10 moves. The dragons were invigorated and discussed fervently. Su Zimo opened his eyes and stood up slowly. "Which of you is the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage?" he asked indifferently with a cold expression as his gaze lingered on the 4 dragon young masters. A blue-robed young man in the middle stood out and grinned slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He gave off a ferocious aura and sneered, "I am." The other 3 young masters crossed their arms and watched coldly from the sidelines. "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "I heard that you want to make Solitary Cloud your mount?" "That's right, it's the honor of that WYRM to be able to be my mount." The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage sneered. "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and said slowly, "He's my mount. If you want to subdue him, you'll have to ask for my opinion first." "Sure." The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage gripped his fists and twisted his neck. Sounds of bones cracking could be heard coming from his body as his eyes shone with a ferocious glint. "If you have any objections, I'll beat you until you have none." Boom! The bloodline of the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage surged and his feet stomped heavily on the ground. He burst forth with immense strength and charged towards Su Zimo. There was no need for nonsense between dragons. All of them were decisive in killing. Boom! Su Zimo's expression was calm. He merely took a single step forward and an even louder bang sounded. Plow heaven's stride! The ground shook. The surrounding dragons were caught off guard and swayed. With the plow heaven's stride, a torrential might burst forth from Su Zimo's body and suppressed the incoming young master of the Flood Dragon lineage. The Flood Dragon young master's expression changed. The moment he arrived in front of Su Zimo, he felt a terrifying might surge towards him and his heart shuddered. That man seems to have some tricks up his sleeves. The thought flashed through the Flood Dragon young master's mind and his vision darkened. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew past. Su Zimo extended his palm and spread his fingers, covering the skies and creating a large shadow that shrouded his head as it suppressed down. The aura was tragic. The Flood Dragon young master shuddered. He finally realized how the 100-odd dragons from before were defeated. The pressure was way too great. This was an absolute suppression of bloodline and strength. The Flood Dragon young master roared into the skies and let out a loud dragon roar. Circulating his bloodline to its limits, he punched out with both fists towards Su Zimo's palm. Boom! The fists and palm collided with a loud bang. Su Zimo was motionless with a calm expression. After a brief moment, blood drained from the face of the Flood Dragon young master. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his arms. Poof! 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 The clothes on his arms were torn apart, and the flesh on his arms exploded into blood mists under the suppression of the terrifying power. Bang! The Flood Dragon young master smashed onto the ground heavily, creating a huge pit. The dragons were shocked. Even the dragons of the 5 lineages frowned. One move! The Flood Dragon young master, who was half a step into Dharma characteristic realm, could not even defend against a single palm strike from Long Mo. There was no need for technique. This was an absolute bloodline suppression. Chapter 1075 Domineering Sweep. Chapter 1075 Domineering Sweep. To be fair, the bloodline that Su Zimo cultivated from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was stronger than even the purest illumination dragon bloodline. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage before him could not even match up to the bloodline of the illumination dragon lineage. How could he fight against Su Zimo? Su Zimo was able to suppress the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage with ease merely by relying on his physique. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage's arms were broken and his flesh was mangled. He struggled to stand up and glared at Su Zimo fiercely. Although he lost, he would not admit defeat. The reason why he was able to become the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was because he had fought his way up and had encountered even more tragic situations. This injury was nothing to him. Now that he was defeated, he would naturally cultivate even harder and work hard to become a member of the 5 dragon lineages. As long as the dragons of the mixed dragon lineage were strong enough, they had a chance to pass the test of the 5 dragon lineages to become one of them. Of course, this test was extremely dangerous. In the past 10,000 years, there were less than 10 mixed dragons that could pass this test, and their lives were easily at risk. Good, good! The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage grit his teeth. Long Mo, you do have some tricks up your sleeves. I'll remember today's humiliation in my heart. I'll definitely challenge you in the future. Today's matter is not over yet. Su Zimo pointed in front of Solitary Cloud and said indifferently, "Come over and apologize." Ha ha! Even though the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was severely injured, he reared his head in laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Apologize? The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage asked coldly with a mocking gaze. Long Mo, while I may have lost, it's impossible if you want me to bow my head. It's not up to you in front of me. When Su Zimo saw that the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was still extremely arrogant, he could not help but snort coldly. Stepping forward, he reached out and grabbed the latter's neck, lifting him up. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage had a strong physique, but Su Zimo carried him as though he was carrying a chick and turned to stand in front of Solitary Cloud. "Kneel down and apologize." Su Zimo's tone was calm but unquestionable. "Dream on." The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage spat out with a ferocious gaze without any fear. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo extended his toes and tapped gently on the young master's knees. The bones in both knees cracked instantly. Ah! The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage could not hold it in any longer and let out a tragic cry. His knees buckled and he knelt down. There was no pity in Su Zimo's eyes. Compared to Solitary Cloud's injuries, this was nothing. Thankfully, Solitary Cloud's life was not in danger. If anything happened to Solitary Cloud, Su Zimo would dare to kill even in the Dragon Bone Valley. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he pushed down the head of the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage in front of everyone. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was flushed red. No matter how he channeled his bloodline, he could not withstand the pressure above him. He could only watch helplessly as his face approached the ground. Humiliation. It was an unprecedented humiliation. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage was indignant. Su Zimo did not only want the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage to apologize, he intended for the dragons of the Mixed Dragon lineage to watch as well. If they fought fairly with Solitary Cloud, he would not care. However, if they tried to bully him in numbers, they would end up in the same state as the young master of the Flood Dragon lineage. "Long Mo, aren't you going a little overboard?" Right then, the young master of the Cloud Dragon lineage stood out and glared at Su Zimo. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit without any fear. The young master of the Flood Dragon lineage felt the power above his head lighten, and could not help but feel ecstatic. Finally, someone stood out. Releasing his palm, Su Zimo turned around and nodded. "Since you've taken the initiative to stand out, it saves me the trouble of looking for you." Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo's figure flashed and a series of afterimages appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the young master of the Cloud Dragon lineage. "Kneel down too!" Su Zimo hollered and reached out with his gigantic palm, grabbing towards the young master of the Cloud Dragon lineage. The Cloud Dragon young master's expression changed. When Su Zimo charged over, he realized that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. They could not fight head-on. Swoosh! The Cloud Dragon young master spat out a gigantic cloud of mist and disappeared. Compared to the Cloud Dragon earlier on, the secret skill released by the Cloud Dragon young master was clearly much more brilliant. Surrounded by clouds, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness, vision and hearing were severely affected. The presence of the Cloud Dragon young master was erratic, and he could avoid Su Zimo's senses. He was definitely not a nobody to become a young master of a lineage. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He had many methods that could dispel that secret skill. However, at that moment, he was motionless and even his eyes were closed. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes and released two divine lights. Suddenly, he shifted horizontally and leaned in that direction. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat. A figure fell out of the clouds with blood spewing from his mouth. Half of his body was smashed, and he looked miserable. It was the Cloud Dragon young master. 2 moves! Even the Cloud Dragon young master who released his secret skill could only withstand 2 moves. Among Su Zimo's many techniques, the simplest and easiest was to rely on his spirit perception. The only way for the Cloud Dragon young master to avoid it was if he could hold himself back and not attack Su Zimo. Otherwise, as long as he made a move, Su Zimo would be the first to sense it. No matter how strong the secret skill was, his true body would be detected. The clouds dispersed and Su Zimo's figure appeared. He picked up the Cloud Dragon young master and threw him beside the Flood Dragon young master. The Flood Dragon young master was just feeling ecstatic when he discovered that the Cloud Dragon young master was tossed to his side as well. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo did the same and tapped the Cloud Dragon young master on his knees, making him kneel in front of Solitary Cloud. The two young masters had ugly expressions and their eyes were spewing fire. Under the watchful eyes of so many dragons, this was a humiliation for them. The expressions of the coiling dragon and rain dragon young masters were terrible as well. They had already vaguely realized something. However, given their status, there was no way they could retreat under such circumstances. They had not expected to provoke such a terrifying existence. Suzimo turned around and walked towards the two young masters, saying calmly, "The two of you, kneel here as well." The expressions of the two young masters changed slightly. True enough. This Long Mo actually wanted the four young masters to kneel and apologize to Solitary Cloud. "Long Mo, don't go overboard," the young master of the coiling dragon lineage said sternly. "I should be the one saying that to you guys." Suzimo strode forward and did not waste his breath on the young master of the coiling dragon lineage. He attacked right away and suppressed the latter. "You!" Before the young master of the coiling dragon lineage could react, he was severely injured by Suzimo's punch and fell. The difference was too great. The young master of the rain dragon lineage was not spared either. He was severely injured after 2 breaths. In the blink of an eye, all 4 young masters were suppressed by Suzimo. Suzimo swept through the mixed dragon lineage domineeringly. Chapter 1076 50% Strength. Chapter 1076 50% Strength. Most of the dragons looked at Suzimo with reverence in their eyes. In the dragon race, strength reigned supreme. In order to obtain the acknowledgement of the dragons, one had to rely on their strength. From this day forth, at least within the region of the mixed dragon lineage, most of the dragons would no longer dare to provoke him. Suzimo carried the Cloud and Coiling Dragon young masters and arrived before Solitary Cloud. He kicked and smashed the knees of the 2 young masters, causing them to kneel down. Although the 4 young masters were defeated, they refused to bow down. In their eyes, Long Mo wouldn't be smug for long. They were sharp and had long noticed that dragons of the 5 lineages were here. Not far away, there were even people from the Illumination Dragon lineage watching the battle. They had long heard the news that many Illumination dragons were waiting for Long Mo to leave the primordial divine spring to teach him a lesson. The 4 young masters believed that with their defeat, the Illumination dragons who were watching the battle would definitely not stand by idly. At that time, it would be the end for Long Mo. The bloodline power of the Illumination dragon lineage was much stronger than theirs and was definitely not something that Long Mo could compare with given his impure bloodline. Right then, a few Illumination dragons who were watching from afar walked over. The 4 young masters were invigorated and felt as though their injuries had lessened. Piak! 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 Not far away, the sound of clapping could be heard. Long Chio of the Illumination dragon lineage strode over with a relaxed expression. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he remarked in a mocking manner. "Long Mo, you sure are impressive! You've already swept through the mixed dragon lineage after a month in the Dragon Bone Valley. Ha! His bloodline isn't pure, so I reckon he can only vent his anger on a few dragons." The few Illumination dragons behind Long Chio roared with laughter. The dragon race had always been extremely hostile towards outsiders. Furthermore, this outsider's bloodline was impure, and he even enjoyed the primordial divine spring that many dragons were not qualified to enjoy. The reason why Suzimo was so domineering was because there were no rules or etiquette in the dragon race. If he wanted to gain a foothold, he had to show absolute strength. "Is there anything?" Suzimo was expressionless. When he saw that they were from the Illumination dragon lineage, he was unwilling to bother them on account of his relationship with the red-headed ghost. Furthermore, the Illumination dragon lineage did not do anything overboard to Solitary Cloud. "It's not bad that you want to avenge your mount." Long Chio raised his chin and said coldly. "But don't forget, this is the dragon race. Your mount is a WRM. No matter how strong you are, you can't change his fate." "Fate?" Suzimo sneered. He had never believed in fate. If he believed in fate, he wouldn't have been able to get to where he was today. He did not want to bother with the few illumination dragons, nor did he want to get into a conflict with them. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "I'm not doing this for anything else. I just want to fight for a fair opportunity for Solitary Cloud. No matter what bloodline or lineage he is from, he has already obtained the recognition of the dragon race by coming here and obtaining a lair. I don't care if you guys fight against Solitary Cloud." After a brief pause, Su Zimo continued, "However, if he's cultivating in the lair, you guys can't disturb him. That's the bottom line. Anyone who dares to cross that bottom line will end up like this." With that, Su Zimo slapped the heads of the 4 young masters and smashed them onto the ground. Bang! They knelt and kowtowed. When they saw that, the expressions of Long Chio and the others darkened. Su Zimo's disregard enraged them. "Long Mo, are you still in the mood to care about others?" Long Chio's gaze was cold as he said slowly, "You're just a bastard with an impure bloodline. If you want to establish yourself in the Illumination Dragon lineage, you'll have to get through me first." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He gave in repeatedly, but the other party took advantage of it time and again. He did not want to have any conflict with anyone from the Illumination Dragon lineage because of the red-headed ghost and his bloodline. However, if Long Chio continued to be oblivious, it wouldn't be Su Zimo's fault. "Bastard?" Su Zimo nodded. "Don't blame me if you dare to speak to me like that." Boom! Su Zimo stomped his feet and the ground quaked. Long Chio channeled his bloodline and his aura surged. He stood on the ground firm and motionless as he sneered, "Puny tricks!" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Zimo had already attacked. Swoosh! A gigantic palm descended and caused the air to explode. Shadows covered the skies and a suffocating aura surged forth. Long Chio was watching from the side and was already prepared for Su Zimo's move. He raised his arms and his blood surged. The flesh on his arms expanded and his clothes tore. His 2 tough arms were muscular and exuded a scorching aura like 2 gigantic red iron rods. Herg! Exhaling, Long Chio raised his arms and blocked Su Zimo's palm. Bang! Both sides collided head-on. Heatwaves surged and spread rapidly in all directions. Su Zimo was motionless with his scarlet hair fluttering. However, Long Chio's expression changed slightly and he staggered 3 steps back. He was actually the one disadvantaged in this first round of exchange between them. This time round, the dragons truly realized how terrifying Long Mo was. It was nothing much to be able to suppress the mixed dragon lineage. However, if he could fight against the dragons of the 5 lineages, it proved that he was indeed backed by immense strength. Long Chio took 3 steps back and burst into laughter. "Long Mo, that's all you've got?" Long Chio smiled. "Although I took 3 steps back, do you know that I only used 80% of my strength to defend against your palm strike? If I release my full strength, you'll definitely be defeated." "Oh?" Su Zimo raised his brow. He did not care how much strength Long Chio used. He only knew that he had only used 30% of his strength in that palm strike. "Since that's the case, take another palm strike from me." Su Zimo strode forward and reached out with his palm once more to suppress the other party. Swoosh! An evil wind blew. Roar! Long Chio reared his head and howled into the skies, letting out a resounding dragon roar that reverberated through the world. Immediately after, Long Chio's body expanded and tore his clothes. His bloodline was pushed to its limits and scarlet dragon scales appeared on his body. Typically speaking, apart from the battles in the dragon blood battlefield, dragons were not allowed to revert to their full dragon forms in the other regions. But now, Long Chio was not breaking the rules of the dragon race. His current state was similar to Su Zimo's dragonification in the past. It was only a half-dragon form. Among the dragon race, there were 2 phases of dragonification. The first was the half-dragon, and the second was the full dragon form. Long Chio sounded disdainful in his tone. However, he did not dare to be careless against Su Zimo. With just a single exchange, he had already transformed into his half-dragon form and was prepared to release all his strength to defend against Su Zimo's palm strike. A roar burst forth from the depths of Long Chio's throat. He strode forward and raised his arms to defend against the incoming palm strike. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Both of them maintained that posture motionlessly, as though they were frozen. After a brief pause, a series of crackling sounds could be heard from within Long Chio's body. It was as though all the bones in his body had collapsed. Long Chio spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the immense pressure, blood seeped out from the gaps of his dragon scales. Su Zimo merely used 50% of his strength, but Long Chio could not defend against it. Chapter 1077 Noisy. Chapter 1077 Noisy. Even if Su Zimo defeated more than 100 mixed dragons and suppressed the 4 young masters of the mixed dragon lineage, the dragons would only be slightly surprised but not shocked. The bloodline of the mixed dragon lineage was thin, and there was a huge difference in their combat strength compared to the 5 dragon lineages. But now, Long Chio of the Illumination dragon lineage was suppressed so easily by Long Mo before them. That was what truly moved the dragons. The bloodline of the dragon race was terrifying and their physiques were strong. Most of them fought in melee combat. As for Su Zimo, he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his melee combat strength was the most terrifying. Coupled with his dragon true body, he was invincible. Many cultivators in the cultivation world knew this. However, there were only a few people in the Dragon Bone Valley who knew of Su Zimo's background. These dragons had to be insane if they thought they could gain an advantage in melee combat. Up till now, Su Zimo had not even used his bloodline or any melee combat techniques. He merely relied on his physique to suppress and crush everything. You are courting death. Long Chio struggled to stand up from the ground and glared at Su Zimo fiercely with a livid expression. He lost to an outsider right in front of everyone, and that caused him to feel utterly humiliated. "Brother Chio, are you all right?" The few illumination dragons behind him could not help but ask with worried expressions. "Scram!" Long Chio pushed everyone away and said coldly, "I haven't lost yet." As long as Long Chio did not admit defeat, he could continue fighting. However, the dragons could tell that Long Chio's organs were already shaken. Even if he continued fighting, he would only be asking for trouble. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. To be fair, Long Chio's combat strength was definitely not weak. In the cultivation world, he could even be compared to the various titular disciples. However, it was nothing in Su Zimo's eyes. With the help of the primordial divine spring, his body recovered and he had entered the void reversion realm and obtained the pure yang spirit, causing his combat strength to increase tremendously. It was no exaggeration to say that he was invincible in melee combat. Long Chio panted heavily and a huge stream of air spewed from his nose and mouth. It carried a scorching aura and the rage in his heart burned even more furiously. Even the few illumination dragons not far away could sense it. "Brother Chio!" One of the illumination dragons felt his heart sink, as he vaguely realized something. He could not help but exclaim softly, wanting to remind Long Chio to calm down. However, Long Chio did not seem to have heard anything. The illumination dragon lineage possessed the fire attribute, and most of them were extremely hot-tempered and impatient. It was the same for Long Chio. Initially, he already felt immensely humiliated after his defeat. However, Su Zimo's nonchalant attitude triggered him even more. Disdain. Long Chio experienced underestimation like never before. He was a dragon. He would never allow an outsider with an impure bloodline to ride on his head. He would rather endure the punishment of the clan rules and retrieve his dignity by trampling on this outsider. The moment that thought appeared in his mind, it grew wildly and was unstoppable. Roar! Finally, Long Chio could no longer hold it in and howled into the skies, letting out a loud dragon roar. Dragon scales grew on his face, and his head changed, forming a pair of gigantic scarlet dragon horns that were towering. Crackle! A series of crackling sounds came from his body. His body expanded and elongated continuously. In the blink of an eye, Long Chio had already vanished and transformed into a scarlet dragon that was dozens of feet long. Dragon scales grew densely on the gigantic dragon's body. Each was the size of a palm, and they looked like pieces of red-hot iron that emitted a scorching aura. Long Chio shook his head and glared at Su Zimo, who was as tiny as an ant on the ground with his lantern-sized dragon eyes, exuding the tremendous might of the dragon race. This was the complete form of a dragon. Normally speaking, apart from the dragon blood battlefield, dragons were not allowed to release their complete forms in other regions of the Dragon Bone Valley. That was because when the complete dragon form was released, its strength would increase exponentially, and its destructive power would be too terrifying. If it could not contain its power, there would be dragons that would die. As an equivalence to the mortal world, even if children were injured in a bare-handed fight, nothing serious would happen. However, if they wielded sharp sabers, the outcome would be unpredictable. Dragons were rare and difficult to breed. There was no way they would allow a complete dragon form to be released in private fights. That was a rule of the clan. Anyone that disobeyed it would be punished severely. But now that Long Chio was defeated, the blow he received was too great, and he had lost his rationality. Right now, there was only a single thought in his mind: to trample this puny outsider beneath his feet. The dragons were shocked and retreated one after another. Once a dragon started fighting in its complete form, and its dozens of feet long body were to move, there was a high chance that others would be drawn into the fight. It was still alright for dragons of the 5 lineages. However, for those of the mixed dragon lineage, if they were struck by a dozens of feet long illumination dragon, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. The dragon might was as vast as an ocean and surged over. Even the dragons standing far away felt their hearts skip a beat. Many dragons from the mixed dragon lineage could not defend against this dragon might. However, on the battlefield, Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as usual as he stood there quietly. His eyes were as deep as the sea and his gaze was calm without any emotions. The man and dragon faced off. Gradually, the dragons had an illusion. Rather than Long Chio looking down on Su Zimo, the opposite seemed to be true instead. Compared to Long Chio's dragon body, Su Zimo looked incomparably tiny like gravel. However, for some reason, that was the illusion the dragons felt when they witnessed the scene. It was an invisible aura. Even in his complete dragon form, Long Chio could not match Su Zimo's aura. A horned dragon shook his head slightly. Long Chio lost. Nobody on the battlefield knew what Long Chio was feeling right now. Under Su Zimo's gaze, he felt helpless. All he wanted to do was to bow down and take on his human form once more, lowering that haughty head of his. He felt an unimaginable pressure. It was as though doing something like that in front of Long Mo was considered as an act of rebellion against his superiors. Long Chio hated that feeling. Deep in his heart, he was already starting to panic. He knew that if he did not attack now, he would have to bow down and admit defeat in front of Su Zimo merely because of the latter's gaze. Roar! Long Chio mustered his courage and let out a deafening roar at Su Zimo. How noisy! Before the roar faded, Su Zimo hollered softly and arrived beneath Long Chio in a flash. He reached out with his gigantic palm and grabbed Long Chio's dragon tail. Swinging his arm, he smashed it against the ground. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. The hearts of the dragons skipped a beat. After the loud bang, there was silence. Dust and gravel flew everywhere on the ground. A moment later, the dust dispersed, and in a ravine that was more than 100 feet long lay a badly injured illumination dragon. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was completely unconscious. Chapter 1078 Storm. Chapter 1078 Storm. For an extremely long time, the vicinity of the battlefield was silent. The dragons looked at the figure not far away as complicated emotions surged in their hearts. This outsider had only stayed in the Dragon Bone Valley for a month and had yet to cultivate the various cultivation techniques of the dragon race. Furthermore, This outsider's bloodline was impure. However, it was precisely such an outsider who trampled on the dignity of the dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley. It was hard to imagine how long Emma would have grown if he had cultivated in the Dragon Bone Valley for more hundreds, or even 1,000 years. A horned dragon glanced sideways and whispered to his clansman beside him. Go back and tell the eldest mistress that Long Mo has already come out of seclusion. Furthermore, he's not weak and is a little tricky. Tell her to be careful. Got it. The clansman turned and left, heading towards the habitat of the horned dragon lineage. The remaining few illumination dragons exchanged glances and nodded tacitly before leaving in a hurry. On the battlefield, Su Zimo could not be bothered with Long Chio, who was lying on the ground. He did not even know Long Chio's name. Since this illumination dragon had released his complete dragon form, there would naturally be enforcers of the dragon race that would look for him and punish him severely. Su Zimo turned around and returned to Solitary Cloud's side. His gaze shifted as he looked at the 4 young masters of the mixed dragon lineage kneeling before him. The 4 young masters were still dumbfounded and could not recover from the shocking scene earlier on. Sensing Su Zimo's gaze, the 4 of them jolted awake and broke out in cold sweat. The reason why the 4 of them refused to submit earlier was partly because they were embarrassed. On the other hand, and most importantly, the 4 of them believed that there was definitely someone in the Illumination Dragon lineage who could suppress Long Mo. At that time, Long Mo might end up in a worse state than them, and it was uncertain who would be the laughing stock. However, they had not expected Long Chio of the Illumination Dragon lineage to be suppressed by Long Mo as well. The Flood Dragon young master felt vexed when he recalled how they took the initiative to challenge this person earlier on. Apologize. Su Zimo did not say much and merely uttered a single word. However, the 4 of them felt immense pressure. They could vaguely sense that they would not be able to endure the consequences if this continued on. Sorry. The Flood Dragon young master lowered his head and whispered. Although his voice was soft, the dragons present had powerful hearing and could naturally hear it clearly. The other 3 young masters did not persist either, and apologized one after another. Solitary Cloud clenched his fists with an emotional expression as he leaned against the cold wall with a burning heart. He was already overjoyed that Su Zimo could bring him to the Dragon Bone Valley. He had no regrets even if he died here. What he did not expect was that he would receive the respect of the dragons here. However, this respect did not come from the hearts of the dragons. You guys can leave. Su Zimo waved his hand. The 4 young masters had their knees shattered, but they struggled to stand up still. Enduring the pain, they turned and staggered away. Everyone. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and said in a deep voice. Although Solitary Cloud is my mount, I won't stand up for him for no reason. If he was defeated and injured because he fought with anyone outside the lair, it would be because he isn't skilled enough. He can't blame anyone for his lack of strength, and I won't interfere either. At that point, a commotion broke out among the dragons. Many dragons looked at Solitary Cloud with hostile gazes. This meant that as long as it was a fair fight, they could still teach Solitary Cloud a lesson. Su Zimo turned around and looked at Solitary Cloud without saying anything, his eyes filled with encouragement and trust. Although Su Zimo had saved Solitary Cloud by fighting here, Solitary Cloud would still have to rely on himself if he wanted to survive in the Dragon Bone Valley. The opportunity was right before him. Su Zimo fought to create a fair environment for him. Whether or not Solitary Cloud could transform into a dragon or join the 5 lineages was up to himself. Whether or not Solitary Cloud could keep up with Su Zimo's footsteps depended on his destiny. Solitary Cloud understood the meaning in Su Zimo's eyes and nodded heavily. At that moment, his heart surged with boundless pride. Initially, his cultivation goal was to transform into a dragon and become a member of the dragon race. It was only now that he realized that if he could keep up with Su Zimo, his future would be the skies and stars. Even Tianhuang mainland could not limit him. The dragons gradually dispersed. Su Zimo sent Solitary Cloud back to the dragon lair and left as well. Solitary Cloud needed to cultivate, and so did he. In the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the yin and yang spirit sections were related to the dragon king Desolate Ocean. It was still fine for the yin spirit section, and Su Zimo cultivated with no issues. However, the yang spirit section was filled with a large number of ancient words and he could not understand the meaning behind them. That was the reason why he could only barely comprehend the superficial knowledge of the dharmic art, Baron, in the yang spirit section. It was neither strong nor weak. The power of Baron did not seem to have a realm restriction. Back when he was at the nascent soul realm, he could use Baron to affect Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. This was the terrifying aspect of Baron. However, the power of Baron was not exactly strong either. Even at the center of Baron, lifespan was diminished at 100 years a breath. The effects at the boundaries were even almost negligible. Void reversions had a lifespan of 5,000 years. Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Indeed, Baron was naturally a great threat to cultivators in their twilight years. Back then, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Hellfire Hall died silently after being enveloped by Baron. However, for void reversions Tao beings or Dharma characteristic Tao Lords at their peaks, 100 years of lifespan was not considered much. As long as they were strong enough, they could definitely escape. Therefore, Su Zimo intended to make use of his opportunity to cultivate in the dragon race to see if he could comprehend the secrets of Baron and unleash its true power. This was the only dharmic art of the yin and yang spirit sections. The power of that dharmic art was definitely not that weak. Apart from Baron, there was another essence spirit secret skill in the yang spirit section. Su Zimo managed to comprehend a little of Baron. However, for the essence spirit secret skill, the ancient words were even more complicated and he could not understand them at all. According to the description in the yang spirit section, the might of this essence spirit secret skill was even more terrifying. This essence spirit secret skill was also the essence of the entire yang spirit section. The essence spirit secret skill was known as the reverse scale. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. If he could comprehend the secret of the reverse scale in the dragon race, his combat strength would rise to another level. Su Zimo headed towards the habitat of the Illumination Dragon lineage with anticipation. At that moment, he did not know that the entire Illumination Dragon lineage habitat had already fallen into chaos on his way back. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and caused a huge uproar. To begin with, many Illumination Dragons disliked Su Zimo. But now that Su Zimo actually swept through the Mixed Dragon lineage and Long Chio of the Illumination Dragon lineage, many Illumination Dragons were enraged. Su Zimo had yet to realize that another storm was awaiting him within the Illumination Dragon lineage. Chapter 1079 Hidden Dragon Ranking. Chapter 1079 Hidden Dragon Ranking. Long Chio was defeated by that newcomer. This Long Mo has some tricks up his sleeves. It's said that Long Chio went against the clan rules and transformed into his complete dragon form. However, he was still suppressed by a single move. I don't believe it. How capable can an outsider with an impure bloodline and hasn't cultivated here be? At that moment, every young Illumination Dragon in the Illumination Dragon habitat was discussing this matter. Most of the Void Reversion Realm Illumination Dragons were eager to give it a shot. They had fought against one another countless times and were long sick of it. Now that an outsider had finally arrived, every single Illumination Dragon wanted to fight Su Zimo. I heard that even Long Yi has been alerted and is out of seclusion. Brother Yi is out of seclusion. An Illumination Dragon exclaimed. Before Brother Yi entered seclusion, he was already ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Now that he's out, it looks like he has a chance to advance to the next rank. This Long Mo is pretty decent to be able to attract the attention of a dragon on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Another Illumination Dragon suddenly said mysteriously. I heard that not only Brother Yi, there's also a dragon on the Hidden Dragon ranking who's prepared to cause trouble for Long Mo. Who? Many Illumination Dragons came over and asked curiously. Hee hee. The Illumination Dragon let out a strange laugh and said in a low voice. The only female dragon on the hidden dragon ranking. Pissed. Upon hearing that, the surrounding Illumination dragons gasped, and their expressions changed. That tyrant dragon? Given the temper of that tyrant dragon, even if Long Mo doesn't die, he's bound to lose a layer of skin. Shh! Keep it down. If she hears us calling her the tyrant dragon, she'll definitely come looking for trouble with us. Say, Long, she is so beautiful, but why is her temper worse than us Illumination dragons? I really wonder which dragon will be able to tame her. I heard that the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking is pursuing her? You mean to say? Many Illumination dragons exchanged glances with odd expressions. Right then, a commotion broke out in the distance, and many Illumination dragons headed over with unfriendly expressions. Long Mo is back, someone said. Along the way, Suzimo pondered about his future plans in the dragon race. When he arrived at the Illumination dragon habitat, and saw the Illumination dragons who were eager to fight, he realized that the battle earlier on was far from enough for him to secure a foothold in the Dragon Bone Valley. Rather, in the dragon race, one required thunderous methods that could subdue the group of dragons. Otherwise, there would be no decrease in such fights. On both sides of the road stood many Illumination dragons. Every single one of them looked at Suzimo with hostility and provocation. Suzimo continued forward calmly. That's the outsider? He doesn't look anything special. Fufu, he has delicate features and a frail body. I can suppress him with a single finger. More and more Illumination dragons gathered here. Before long, Suzimo realized that he had entered the primordial divine spring the moment he arrived. He did not know the layout of the Illumination dragon's habitat, nor did he know where his lair was. Excuse me, where is my lair? Suzimo came before an Illumination dragon and asked with a friendly smile. Although the Illumination dragon was only at the nascent soul realm, he was not afraid of Suzimo at all. He merely sneered and rolled his eyes, ignoring the latter completely. Suzimo was not annoyed. After taking a few steps, he came before another Illumination dragon and asked with a smile, "May I know where my lair is?" This Illumination dragon was at the Void Reversion realm. This meant that the two of them had a chance of fighting. Do you want to know? The Illumination dragon smirked and pointed at his nose, saying coldly, "Get past me first." The two of them were extremely close to one another. Suzimo looked at the young Illumination dragon before him quietly, and shook his head gently with a soft sigh. "You're too weak." The moment he said that, Suzimo suddenly reached out. His movement was as fast as lightning without any warning. The Illumination dragon had not expected Suzimo to be so decisive and attack first despite being surrounded by a group of dragons. While he was in a daze, Suzimo's palm had already landed on the top of his head and rubbed it gently. A tremendous amount of energy surged into his consciousness, and the Illumination dragon's eyes rolled back. His body went limp and he fainted on the spot, falling in Suzimo's footsteps. Long Mo, how dare you! A roar sounded from the dragons. You're not convinced? Suzimo swept his gaze at him. The Void Reversion Illumination dragon was not afraid at all. He leaped into the air and transformed into a half-dragon with sharp claws and fangs. In a fight between dragons, very few would take on their half-dragon form right away. This also meant that the Illumination dragon was wary and was prepared to unleash his full strength. Boom! Stomping down, Suzimo rose from the ground and threw a punch at the Illumination dragon in midair. The Illumination dragon's gaze was ferocious as he grabbed towards Suzimo's fist with one hand while his other dragon claw swiped towards Suzimo's head. Suzimo's eyes flashed with mockery, and he did not dodge at all. Bang! Fist and palm collided. Crack! 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 Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard in midair. The Illumination dragon revealed a pained expression as he felt an incomparably terrifying power surge into his body. The first things to relent were his wrist and arm. Even with the protection of his dragon scales, the bones inside were already broken. Before his other dragon claw could touch Suzimo's head, his entire body was sent flying by Su Zimo's punch. Even in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, screaming. This time round, the dragons were stunned. Among them, some were strong while others were weak in combat. However, even the strongest expert would find it difficult to release such strength that could defeat an illumination dragon in his half-dragon form with a single punch. With that strength, he should have a chance to challenge the hidden dragon ranking, right? A weak voice sounded from the crowd. Hidden dragon ranking? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The name sounded familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind. On the central square of the Dragonbone Valley, he seemed to have seen two gigantic ranking lists on his way to the mixed dragon habitat after coming out of the primordial divine spring. One of them was the hidden dragon ranking. There were 10 names of the dragon race written on it, and they belonged to different lineages. Even without anyone's introduction, he could roughly guess that the dragons on the hidden dragon ranking were definitely the strongest and youngest ones from the 5 lineages. In reality, Su Zimo's guess was not wrong. The 10 spots on the hidden dragon ranking were the 10 strongest dragons at the Void Reversion realm. The other ranking was the Heavenly Dragon ranking, corresponding to the 10 strongest dragon race beings at the Dharma characteristic realm. The 2 ranking lists were extremely valuable. The rankings would change at any moment as well. As long as someone could defeat the dragons above, they would replace them. Unsurprisingly, the young master of the 5 lineages would be the number 1 of the Heavenly Dragon ranking. Su Zimo glanced at it once, and his deepest impression was that there were 5 dragons on the hidden dragon ranking that came from the Blue Dragon lineage. Furthermore, the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking and Heavenly Dragon ranking were both blue dragons. This also confirmed what Long Yen had told him before. The blue dragon was the leader among the 5 lineages. Chapter 1080 Long Yi. Chapter 1080, Long Yi. To be honest, Su Zimo did not care about those useless titles at the moment. At the very least, the top of the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking would be rewarded handsomely. However, there was nothing for the Hidden Dragon ranking and Heavenly Dragon ranking. It would only attract the constant challenges of the other dragons. Su Zimo only wanted to cultivate peacefully among the dragons. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, one would be baptized by the ancestral dragon divine pillar and awaken their innate divine powers. Chaos had already appeared on Tianhuang mainland, and many signs indicated that there might be a huge change in the future. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible so that he could survive the upcoming changes. However, the wind would not stop even if the tree wanted peace. Right now, it was impossible for him to stay out of it. Not far away, a man in scarlet brocade robes walked over slowly with an extraordinary aura. The moment he arrived, the surrounding illumination dragons dispersed instinctively to create a path. Although this illumination dragon was also at the Void Reversion realm, he clearly had a high status in the illumination dragon lineage and was extremely authoritative. "Brother Yi is here! Let's see what Long Mo can do now!" Many illumination dragons looked at Su Zimo with gloating expressions. The brocade-robed man approached and frowned as he looked at the illumination dragon with the severed arm shrieking on the ground, as well as another unconscious dragon. He turned to Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked back with a calm expression. Unlike the other illumination dragons, the brocade-robed man did not show much hostility towards Su Zimo. Instead, he cupped his fist slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'm Long Yi." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Long Ye's name before on the Hidden Dragon ranking, and he seemed to be ranked 5th. Su Zimo nodded and returned the greeting with cupped fists. "I've heard of you. It's normal for you to be ostracized by your clansmen when you've just arrived in the dragon race," Long Yi said indifferently. "I have some power within the dragon race. How about this? Apologize to these 2 clansmen and we'll forget about what happened today." Many illumination dragons protested when they heard that. "Brother Yi, that lad is way too arrogant." "That's right. He's only been here for a month and he already went to the mixed dragon region to show off. Upon his return, he injured 2 of our clansmen. We can't let this matter rest just like that. Brother Yi, destroy his arrogance so that he knows his place. Long Yi reached out and pressed down. The voices of the dragons gradually faded. Long Yi said, "Everyone, please give me some face. As long as he's willing to apologize sincerely, don't make things difficult for him today." Some of the Illumination dragons no longer spoke but looked at Su Zimo with hostility, feeling indignant. "Long Mo, help the two of them up and apologize. We'll let this matter pass." Long Yi commanded Su Zimo as though it was an order. Suddenly Su Zimo laughed. Although Long Yi seemed like he was helping him out, in reality, his request was unreasonable. There had never been a case of a victor apologizing to the loser in a fight between dragons. At the end of the day, Long Yi still did not view him as a dragon. Or rather, Long Yi was merely showing off his authority among the dragons while exerting dominance over an outsider like him. "Why should I apologize?" Su Zimo looked at Long Yi with a fake smile and asked instead. Long Yi turned his head slightly, as though he had just met Su Zimo for the first time. With a thud, his eyes burned with flames. "How ungrateful! Brother Yi, he doesn't want any face. Teach him a lesson. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let me do it." Behind Long Yi, an Illumination dragon could not hold it in any longer and charged out, prepared to fight Su Zimo. Long Yi extended his arm and stopped the Illumination dragon. He glared at Su Zimo and said coldly, "Long Mo, do you know who you're talking to? What's wrong?" Su Zimo smiled gently. "Is there a rule in the dragon race where the strong have to apologize to the weak?" Long Yi smiled as well. However, everyone could sense a suppressed rage in his smile. "You're just an outsider. I gave you this chance because I thought highly of you. Since you don't want it, don't blame me." The flames in Long Ye's eyes burned brighter. "Seems like they were right. You truly don't know your place. Today, I'll teach you a principle. Open your eyes in the dragon race. Not everyone is somebody you can provoke." Before he finished his sentence, Long Yi strode forward and swung his arm, smashing it towards Su Zimo's head. Swoosh! The arm was like a steel whip as the wind howled in its wake. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. As the fifth on the hidden dragon ranking, Long Yi was indeed not weak. The power he released was already rather terrifying. Of course, that power was not enough to threaten him. Su Zimo punched back at Long Ye's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Su Zimo was motionless, and his expression was normal. However, Long Yi shuddered. He felt a sharp pain surge from his fist into his body. He nearly lost control and cried out in pain. It was only now that he realized that Su Zimo was stronger than he had imagined. Splash! Long Yi channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami could be heard from his body. The power of his bloodline flowed through his limbs and bones and the pain from his fist dissipated by more than half instantly. Tsunami blood. Su Zimo had encountered a dragon who had cultivated his bloodline to the tsunami level so quickly. It was definitely not a fluke that Long Yi was able to be on the hidden dragon ranking. "Come on!" Long Ye's eyes shone brightly as he roared. "I'll show you my true strength." He strode forward once more and charged towards Su Zimo. Bang! Boom! Boom! Standing on the spot, Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami echoed from within his body. It was even more robust and majestic than the sound of Long Ye's bloodline. A commotion broke out among the dragons. Although they possessed the pure bloodline of the dragon race and were extremely strong, most of them had not cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. To think that this outsider with an impure bloodline would have cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. Boom! The two of them collided heavily like two ferocious beasts in human form. Flesh and blood collided while bones rubbed against each other. Blood chi surged and let out a terrifying sound. Right after, under countless gazes, a figure was sent flying. It was Long Yi, the fifth on the hidden dragon ranking. Long Yi crawled up from the ground swiftly. That bit of injury was negligible to him. However, this loss had completely enraged him. Roar! Long Yi roared at Su Zimo and charged forward once more. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed continuously without any technique and fought purely with strength. Long Yi fell and stood up time and again. With the circulation of dragon blood within his body, those external injuries did not affect him much. However, the scene before them left the dragons dumbfounded. Nobody expected Su Zimo to be able to fight against Long Yi. Less than that, nobody expected Long Yi to be the one completely disadvantaged. Chapter 1081 New Ranked 5. Chapter 1081 New Ranked 5. Long Mo's bloodline is impure, but his melee combat strength is indeed strong. However, melee combat is only a part of combat strength. Long Mo is still far from being able to defeat Brother Yi. That's right. As long as Brother Yi uses the secret skill of our Illumination Dragon lineage, victory will be decided immediately. Many Illumination Dragons discussed softly. The secret skill of the Illumination Dragon lineage was the Illumination Dragon Eye. This secret skill was extremely difficult to cultivate and dangerous. Even in the Illumination Dragon lineage, there were very few people who could cultivate it successfully. One's combat strength would at least double if they could cultivate the Illumination Dragon Eye. In melee combat, the sudden release of a visual technique, furthermore one that was this terrifying, was almost destructive. Even if the other party could defend against it, he would definitely exhaust his blood chi and be flustered, unable to defend against the next attack. Long Yi charged forward continuously but was beaten back by Su Zimo repeatedly. The rage in his heart was burning hotter and hotter. Roar! He reared his head and roared into the skies, letting out a loud dragon roar. A series of crackling sounds came from his body as it expanded. He had already transformed into his half-dragon form. The wounds on Long Ye's body were healing at a visible speed. By transforming into a half-dragon, his speed and strength would increase exponentially to an even more terrifying level. Su Zimo was still motionless, and had no intention of transforming into a dragon. His scarlet hair danced like flames and his eyes were deep and shone with a bright light. Long Yi charged forward once more and threw a punch. Su Zimo was fearless, and did not dodge. He strode forward and returned a punch. Boom! The fists collided with a loud bang. A massive air current burst forth and heat waves surged. Even though Long Yi had transformed into a half-dragon, he did not have the slightest advantage. Long Yi instantly realized that he was definitely not Long Mo's match in melee combat. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. Instead, his right eye shone with a blinding light that resembled a blazing sun. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards Su Zimo's head. Illumination Dragon Eye! A series of cries sounded from the dragons. Many Illumination Dragons were excited. That secret skill was the pride of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The release of the Illumination Dragon Eye meant that the outcome was decided. The reason why Long Yi could reach the 5th position on the Hidden Dragon ranking was not because of his melee combat strength, but because of his Dao visual technique. However, when the dragons saw what happened next, their expressions froze and they lost their voices instantly. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The moment Long Yi released the Illumination Dragon Eye, Su Zimo's right eye released a blazing beam as well. Furthermore, this beam of light had an additional layer of sharpness compared to Long Yi's beam of light, as though it could slice and tear everything. Illumination Dragon Eye? The dragons were dumbfounded. Long Mo was only an outsider and did not have the time or opportunity to cultivate in the dragon race. How could he know the Illumination Dragon Eye? Every single Illumination Dragon knew how difficult it was to cultivate this secret skill. However, this outsider with an impure bloodline had successfully cultivated it. What was even more frightening was that this outsider's Illumination Dragon Eye seemed to be even more powerful than the one released by Long Yi. How was that possible? Boom! The sound produced by the clash of visual techniques was even more terrifying. The two pillars of light shattered. Long Yi shrieked. Blood oozed from his right eye. Although he was not blinded, it still looked extremely terrifying. None of the dragons knew that apart from the secret skill of the dragon race, the Illumination Dragon Eye, Su Zimo's right eye possessed the Illumination Stone. The Illumination Stone transformed into a set of flying swords and released the Illumination Sword formation. Long Ye's Illumination Dragon Eye was no match for the combination of the two powers. Of course, the might of Long Ye's visual technique was already rather terrifying. If this was in the cultivation world, even Dharma characteristic Tao lords would have their eye sockets punctured by that attack. Long Mo, how dare you hurt me! Long Yi lunged forward once more with a ferocious expression. His glabella shone and an incomparably powerful spirit consciousness attack burst forth. Essence spirit secret skills were not allowed in the habitat of the dragon race. That was because once Essence spirit secret skills were released, it would be difficult to stop the attacks and dragons could easily die. The situation would become irreversible. However, spirit consciousness attacks were allowed in fights between dragons. That was Long Ye's final trump card. He did not believe that after cultivating for so many years to the perfected void reversion realm, the strength of his spirit consciousness could not compare to an outsider who had just entered the void reversion realm. However, he did not realize what sort of opponent he was facing at all. Although Su Zimo had just entered the void reversion realm, the cultivation technique he cultivated was left behind by Dai Yu. Even if he had just entered the void reversion realm and cultivated his yang spirit, this was not someone that Long Yi could challenge. Get lost! When he saw Long Yi pouncing over once more, Su Zimo revealed a hint of impatience as well. He gathered his spirit consciousness and counterattacked. If Long Ye's spirit consciousness was like a raging river, the spirit consciousness that Su Zimo released was like a surging tsunami. Boom! The two spirit consciousnesses collided. Long Ye's expression changed and he grunted. Blood drained from his face, and he felt a sharp pain in his mind, almost fainting. In that split second of distraction, Su Zimo had already closed in and punched his chest. Bang! A terrifying power surged into his body. Long Yi could clearly sense that his chest had shattered and his heart had paused for a moment. He felt the world spin around him as he was sent flying far away. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, his entire body aching. He was defeated. He was dragged down from the hidden dragon ranking by an outsider just like that. Lying in the mud, Long Yi looked at the gray skies with a dim gaze. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had fought against his clansmen countless times and experienced many losses as well. However, the blow this time round was way too great. Brother Yi! Brother Yi, are you alright? Many illumination dragons ran over with worried expressions. Their voices sounded extremely distant in his ears. Sigh. Long Yi sighed gently and closed his eyes. He felt conflicted, neither happy nor worried. It was sad to lose. However, he knew that from this day forth, the Illumination Dragon lineage was about to rise. 2 Illumination Dragons carried Long Yi and ran to the back rapidly, preparing to find someone to treat the latter's injuries. The surrounding dragons did not disperse for a long time. Many Illumination Dragons looked at Su Zimo with reverence in their eyes. At that moment, no Illumination Dragon jumped out to accuse Su Zimo of being an outsider. There was no Illumination Dragon to berate him as a bastard with an impure bloodline either. As Long Yen had said, strength reigns supreme in the dragon race. If he wanted to gain the respect and recognition of the dragons here, he could only rely on his own fists. On the central square, the gigantic hidden dragon ranking changed. The 5th line of the hidden dragon ranking, Long Yi, Illumination Dragon, suddenly moved down. Many dragons would gather in the central square every day. The changes on the hidden dragon ranking attracted the attention of many dragons. The 5th on the hidden dragon ranking has changed? Who defeated Long Yi? Could it be Long Shi? I heard that she just went to the Illumination Dragon habitat. Just as the dragons were discussing, 4 words appeared on the 5th row of the hidden dragon ranking. Long Mo, Illumination Dragon. Chapter 1082 Frost Dragon Breath. Chapter 1082 Frost Dragon Breath. Long Mo? The Illumination Dragon lineage? When did such an impressive person appear? Why haven't I heard of him before? Some people looked confused. Strange, why does this Long Mo sound familiar? The dragons discussed fervently as they pointed at the hidden dragon ranking. Suddenly, a cry sounded from the dragons. I've got it! A dragon said. This Long Mo is the outsider who joined the Illumination Dragon lineage a month ago. Ah, it's him. I think he just caused a huge ruckus at the mixed dragon's side. To think that he would have such combat strength to defeat Long Yi. I heard that the elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage intend to matchmake him with Long Shi. Long Shi has already charged over. Her nickname is Tyrant Dragon. How can she endure something like that? That Long Mo must be prepared to suffer. Someone gloated. Something's wrong. Right then, a dragon pointed to the hidden dragon ranking and said, Long Shi is ranked 8th on the hidden dragon ranking. That seems to be beneath Long Mo. It was only now that the dragons realized that the hidden dragon ranking had changed. Long Mo's combat strength was even stronger than Long Shi. If that was the case, the consequences of Long Shi charging over would be. The dragons exchanged glances and ran towards the Illumination Dragon habitat tacitly. After defeating Long Yi, Su Zimo looked at the respectful gazes of the dragons and finally relaxed. This turned out well. It was better than having to fight them one by one. Suppressing the 5th on the hidden dragon ranking could be considered as a permanent solution and save him a lot of trouble. He was about to look for a random dragon and ask where his dragon lair was when he felt a commotion behind him. Where's Long Mo? A loud voice sounded, causing Su Zimo's eardrums to hurt. Normally speaking, the Illumination Dragon was of the fire attribute, and its habitat had an extremely high temperature. However, at this moment, the surrounding temperature had plummeted. When the surrounding dragons saw who it was, their expressions changed and they retreated instinctively. Frowning, Su Zimo turned around. Not far away, a few dragons charged over with huge strides in an aggressive manner. Their leader was a young woman dressed in tight white robes that accentuated her tall figure perfectly. The woman's face was fair and her features were well defined. Combined together, she gave off a unique sense of beauty. However, the twin peaks on her chest were majestic and strikingly glorious. Who is Long Mo? Stand out! When she arrived, the woman suddenly opened her mouth and roared. The woman was definitely a beauty. However, her voice was truly frightening. At the very least, when Su Zimo was unprepared for it, he jolted. At that moment, the dragons were scattered all around and Su Zimo stood in the middle of the space, looking extremely out of place. The woman shifted her gaze and caught sight of Su Zimo right away. She arrived before him in 3 strides. She was half a head taller than Su Zimo. Tell me where Long Mo is! Upon closer inspection, the woman's eyes were deep and shone brightly like 2 sapphires. Su Zimo was secretly troubled. The dragon before him clearly did not belong to the Illumination Dragon lineage. Listening to the discussions around him, it seemed like the woman was from the Hornless Dragon lineage. He had just arrived at the Dragon Bone Valley and came out of the primordial divine spring. He truly did not know how he got involved with this woman from the Hornless Dragon lineage. Su Zimo could tell that the woman was hostile. However, he still smiled gently. I'm Long Mo. You are? The woman was stunned. A hint of shock flashed through her gem-like eyes and she looked a little dazed. It did not match her fierce expression earlier on. However, the woman reacted very quickly. Clenching her fists, she twisted her neck and said through gritted teeth, All right, how dare you? Su Zimo was confused. He had no idea what he had done to render that remark. Could Long Yi be the Tao companion of this beauty from the Hornless Dragon race? If this was Long Ye's wife, the reason why she came knocking was because he had beaten up her husband? You're Long Ye's Tao companion? Su Zimo tried asking. Poof! A stifled laughter sounded from the dragons. Long Mo is in trouble now. How dare you tease the tyrant dragon like that? How ferocious! Many dragons revealed gloating expressions. Stop pretending! The hornless dragon woman ground her pearly white teeth, and her eyes seemed to have turned cold as she said icily, "How dare you propose marriage to me, you outsider with an impure bloodline? You must have a death wish." "Propose?" Suzimo was stunned. He had just come out of the primordial divine spring. How could he have proposed a marriage? Suddenly, the hornless dragon woman opened her mouth and spat out a white mist at Suzimo. The surrounding temperature plummeted and a layer of frost even formed on the ground. Dragon breath. Every dragon was born with the ability. Of course, different dragon breaths had different strengths. The dragon breath of this hornless dragon woman was frost. While Suzimo was distracted, the hornless dragon woman opened her mouth and exhaled. A fragrance wafted over. Immediately after, a layer of frost covered his head, scarlet hair, face, body, and limbs. Thereafter, ice formed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo had already vanished and a human-shaped ice sculpture appeared on the spot. This is bad. If he's frozen by the tyrant dragon's breath, his organs will be severely injured. He will take at least half a month to recover. The dragons discussed without any sympathy. Humph! The hornless dragon tapped the ice sculpture before her gently and sneered. "Continue pretending! This is just a taste of the suffering you'll receive!" Crack! 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 Suddenly, a series of cracks sounded in the void. The hornless dragon woman was stunned. Right after, under countless gazes, a crack appeared on the human-shaped ice sculpture and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire ice sculpture was covered. Boom! There was a deafening sound. A figure walked out with surging blood chi and scarlet hair. He exuded a torrential aura and glared at the hornless dragon woman with a burning gaze. "Psst!" the dragons gasped. He was actually fine after being struck by the frost dragon breath of the hornless dragon woman. The hornless dragon woman reacted quickly. Her blood chi surged and she exuded a cold aura as she charged towards Suzimo. Bang! Although the hornless dragon woman charged forward rapidly, she rebounded even swifter. She had just charged forward when she was punched back by Suzimo. The hornless dragon woman rolled on the ground a few times before standing up. Panting slightly, she grit her teeth and said, "How dare you hit me!" Before she could finish her sentence, her vision blurred and a scarlet shadow flashed. She was sent flying once more and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Roar! The hornless dragon woman was enraged and roared. A series of crackling sounds came from her body as her body expanded. The woman's clothes burst and silver-white dragon scales appeared on her body, lined tightly like sparkling snowflakes. Chapter 1083 A Huge Misunderstanding. Chapter 1083 A Huge Misunderstanding. As a female paragon of the dragon race, Longshi had a fiery temperament. Coupled with her powerful combat strength, she ran amok in the Dragon Bone Valley and almost no one dared to provoke her. She was about to break through to the Dharma characteristic realm, to think that she would be suppressed by an outsider. Furthermore, this outsider even dared to openly tease her. She did not care about the marriage. Her husband had to be an unprecedented five-clawed divine dragon like the number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking, Brother Long Tsang. How was this outsider worthy? Dragonification! Without hesitation, Longshi transformed into her half-dragon form and prepared to tear the intruder apart. Suzimo did not give Longshi much time to react. He strode forward and reached out with his hand, slapping down heavily on her back. Under normal circumstances, that palm should have landed on Longshi's back. However, after transforming into her half-dragon form, Longshi's body expanded and elongated. Suzimo's palm was no longer on Longshi's back, but her peach-round butt. This change happened in an instant. By the time Suzimo realized it, it was already too late, and he retracted his strength hurriedly. Piak! Although Suzimo had indeed retracted most of his strength, he could not help but slap Longshi's butt with a crisp sound. Her flesh trembled. The entire battlefield fell silent instantly. Many dragons were dumbfounded. Heavens, what did Long Mo do? He's actually spanking the tyrant dragon. Spank? He was clearly fondling it. The dragons roared internally. Long Shi had just transformed into a half-dragon when she was struck by this. Instantly, her entire body stiffened, and her fair face flushed red. Su Zimo sighed internally with a helpless expression. He could even hear Long Shi grinding her teeth. This was a huge misunderstanding. There was no possibility of an explanation. There was no way he could just tell her that he had spanked her on the butt by accident. Such an explanation would only cause this wild dragoness to go berserk. I'm going to kill you! A few words escaped from the gaps of Long Shi's teeth. Her tone was cold, and the surrounding temperature had already dropped to a freezing point. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Blood chi burst forth from Long Shi's body as she struggled to stand up and fight Su Zimo. Su Zimo was thinking about how to deal with the situation before him when he sensed Long Shi's actions. Before he could retract his palm, he instinctively pressed down. Piak! Long Shi had just stood up when that hateful palm landed on her, but again. Thump! This time round, she was pinned on the spot and could not move at all. The dragons were in an uproar. Long Mo had touched it again. You! Long Shi looked embarrassed. Su Zimo cursed internally. He moved his palm and slapped the back of Long Shi's head, knocking her unconscious. No matter what, he had to knock out the dragoness first. Long Shi's blood chi gradually calmed down. The silver-white scales on her body gradually faded as well. Her clothes were already torn. With the fading of her dragon scales, her fair skin that shone with a charming luster were naturally revealed. A slender and perfect body was about to be exposed to the dragons. Gulp! Gulp! Sounds of gulping could be heard from the dragons. Countless dragons widened their eyes in anticipation. All of a sudden, a set of clothes covered and concealed her perfect body. Ugh! A sigh sounded from the dragons at the same time, looking rather spectacular. It was Su Zimo who took out his clothes in time to cover Long Shi, whose naked body was almost seen by everybody. The dragons glared at him in anger. Although the dragons were pissed about this, they could not bring themselves to say it. Su Zimo stood up and looked at the few hornless dragons not far away. He cupped his fists. I'm sorry, I was a little rude earlier on. There must be some misunderstanding here. Please help me take care of this, lady. The few hornless dragons were slightly stunned. They were all dragons and had never heard anyone speak in such a polite manner. When a hornless dragon heard Su Zimo's interesting words, he was the first to react and pursed his lips into a smile. Actually, logically speaking, what you did can't be considered rude. That's right, that's right. Another hornless dragon smiled. It's nothing much for you guys to touch one another given your relationship. However, don't do it in front of so many people next time. Hee hee. The other few hornless dragons chuckled as well. Nobody noticed that the blush on Long Shi's face deepened further, as she laid motionlessly on the ground. Su Zimo rubbed his forehead gently. There was no way he could explain this anymore. We'll be leaving now. The few hornless dragons helped Long Shi up and waved goodbye to Su Zimo, their attitudes much better than before. Su Zimo was still confused, not understanding how he got involved with this hornless dragon woman. He pondered for a moment, and still had no clue. As such, he was prepared to cast this matter aside for the time being and cultivate first. The moment he turned around, a dragon approached him and even gave him a thumbs up. Brother Mo, my name is Long Ken. You can call me Ken. The illumination dragon named Long Ken was extremely friendly. Brother Mo, I know where your dragon lair is. I'll take you there. All right. Su Zimo froze momentarily before nodding. Prior to this, he asked consecutively, but none of the dragons bothered with him. But now, before he could ask, a dragon had already stood out. In the dragon race, strength reigned supreme indeed. Su Zimo thought that he had obtained the acknowledgement of the dragons because he defeated Long Yi, who was ranked 5th on the hidden dragon ranking. However, in reality, the true reason why he obtained the acknowledgement of the dragons was because he touched Long Shi's butt. Furthermore, he did it twice. In the eyes of the dragons, this was much more impressive than the hidden dragon ranking. As Su Zimo followed Long Ken, many dragons around him looked at him with admiration. Some of them even took the initiative to greet and give him a thumbs up. Who was that hornless dragon earlier on? How is she related to me? After a moment, Su Zimo could not help but ask. Brother Mo, you really don't know? Long Ken asked. When he saw Su Zimo shake his head, Long Ken explained. Sister, she was initially engaged to Brother Yen before she was born. However, after she grew up, her temper was too explosive and the two of them no longer fancied one another. At that time, they caused a huge ruckus and ended on bad terms. As such, the matter was left unsettled. Long Yen naturally referred to the child of the red-headed ghost. Long Ken continued. Brother Mo, the reason why you came to our Illumination Dragon lineage is to replace Brother Yen. As such, the few elders went over to the Hornless Dragon lineage and proposed the marriage. Given Sister Shi's pride, she naturally wouldn't agree to it. That's why she charged over to teach you a lesson. To think that, hee. At that point, Long Ken winked at Su Zimo and smiled. Brother Mo, if you can subdue Sister Shi, the Illumination Dragon lineage will definitely acknowledge you as their young master. Sister Shi might have a bad temper, but she's not a bad person. Long Ken even put in a good word for Long Shi. When he heard that, Su Zimo realized the reason behind things. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Those old fogies! Initially, this trouble had nothing to do with him. It was the elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage who provoked the tyrant dragon by proposing marriage. Chapter 1084 Number 1 of the Hidden Dragon Ranking. Chapter 1084, Number 1 of the Hidden Dragon Ranking. This matter was probably not over yet. Su Zimo did not intend to think about it anymore. As long as he returned to his dragon lair, Long Shi wouldn't be able to barge in even if she came knocking again. He asked in a low voice, By the way, where are the cultivation techniques of the Illumination Dragon lineage? I intend to take a look. Follow me. Long Ken led Su Zimo forward and arrived before a grand hall. After passing through the check by the two guards at the entrance of the hall, the two of them entered. The hall was not big and there were not many cultivation techniques and secret manuals inside. There weren't even as many as Ethereal Peak. For a race like the Dragon race, even if they did not cultivate any cultivation techniques, their strength would only increase with age. Cultivation techniques were only supplementary to the Dragon race. Su Zimo was not interested in the cultivation techniques of the Dragon race either. Even the top cultivation techniques of the Dragon race could not compare to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. His only motive for coming here was to crack the mysteries of the Baron Dermic art in the Yang Spirit section and the Essence Spirit secret skill. Su Zimo casually flipped through a few ancient books and his eyes lit up. Bingo! It was just as he had guessed. The ancient and strange symbols in the Baron Dermic art and Essence Spirit secret skill were actually words of the Dragon race. Since Su Zimo did not understand the Dragon race language, he naturally could not understand the secret behind them. After confirming that, he copied some of the most basic ancient books in the hall and tried to learn the Dragon race language as soon as possible to cultivate Baron and the Essence Spirit secret skill. Su Zimo left the main hall and bid farewell to Long Ken before returning to his dragon lair to cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, the two battles at the Illumination Dragon habitat spread through the entire Dragon Bone Valley at the fastest speed. Long Yu was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Normally, his defeat should have been the focus. However, in the following period of time, the dragons discussed the battle between Su Zimo and Long Shi. Almost no one cared if Long Yu was ranked 5th or 6th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The Blue Dragon Habitat. What? A blue dragon frowned slightly and said coldly with rage surging in his eyes. Someone dared to bully Long Shi? Brother Long Yang, I heard that it's the new Long Mo. Not only did he bully Sister Shi, he even spanked her. Another blue dragon whispered. The blue dragon named Long Yang had a slender figure and long green hair. He had a gentle face and exquisite features. Although he was a man, he was even more beautiful than women. If Long Yang were to change into female clothes, he might even draw attention away from Long Shi. He truly doesn't know his limits. Long Yang stood up slowly and walked outside. A gentle look flashed through his eyes as he said in a low voice, "I have to go comfort Sister Long Shi. She's impatient by nature and might explode from anger." Before long, Long Yang arrived at the Hornless Dragon lineage's area. The moment he arrived outside Long Shi's residence, he heard a series of low growls. Before long, a few hornless dragons walked out with wretched expressions. They were scolded badly by the enraged Long Shi. "Sister Long Shi, it's me." Long Yang stood outside the cave and said gently, "I heard that someone bullied you. I'm here to see you." Thud. 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 A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Before long, Long Shi's figure appeared in the cave. A bright, bedazzling smile appeared on Long Yang's face. Long Shi glared at Long Yang with bloodshot eyes and gritted her teeth. "Get lost, you sissy!" The smile on Long Yang's face froze. There were many hornless dragons roaming around nearby. When they heard that, the hornless dragons grinned and were secretly alarmed. Although Long Yang was a man, he was even more feminine and beautiful than women. Coupled with his gentle voice, many people had bullied him since he was young, and called him a sissy. However, later on, no one dared to say those words in front of Long Yang anymore. As Long Yang grew up and endured the humiliation, he cultivated continuously and fought with others. Although he was getting more beautiful, his strength was also getting stronger. Right now, he was already number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In the Dragon Bone Valley, apart from Long Shi, almost all Void Reversion dragons were taught a lesson by him. This was how Long Shi was like. If it was any other dragon, they would definitely be skinned alive if they dared to say those words. Long Yang was silent for a moment before smiling suddenly. "Sister Long Shi, I know that you're angry. However, don't worry, I'll teach that Long Mo a lesson for you. I don't need you." Long Shi harumphed coldly. "This is my own matter. I'll deal with it myself. Long Yang, you're even prettier than me. Why are you always pestering me? Don't bother me anymore." Long Shi cursed angrily and turned to enter the cave. Long Yang was not annoyed. He lowered his head slightly and smiled gently, murmuring in a soft voice, "Sister Long Shi, don't be angry. I'll bring Long Mo's head to see you and let you vent your anger." Although Long Yang was smiling, there was a sinister killing intent in his eyes. "An outsider with an impure bloodline. Even if he's killed, it's nothing much." He sneered coldly and shook his head before turning to leave. Naturally, Su Zimo, who was cultivating in his own dragon lair, did not know that he had inexplicably made a mortal enemy after just a month in the dragon race. Furthermore, he had yet to meet this person. Or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At that moment, Su Zimo was completely immersed in the Yang spirit section. When he truly learned the words of the dragon race and looked at the barren dermic art and essence spirit secret skill again, he truly understood the profoundness of that dermic art. He had just truly experienced the terror of the Yang spirit section. Initially, when Su Zimo released the barren dermic art, it was a huge area with him as the center like a swamp. Be it friend or foe, all living beings in the swamp would be corroded by the barren dermic art. But now, a ball of gray mist appeared in Su Zimo's palm, rolling and changing with a strange aura. The mist seemed to contain the secrets of heaven and earth, and the supreme truths of the great Tao. This was the true Baron. It was unbounded and could be changed at will. In the past, even at the center of Baron, the reduction in lifespan was only 100 years a breath. At the edge of Baron, the lifespan reduction was even slower and almost negligible. But now, any living being that came into contact with the mist in Su Zimo's palm would have their lifespans reduced at the rate of 500 years per breath. After comprehending the secret of Baron, it became 5 times stronger than before. This was a qualitative leap. A void reversion had a lifespan of 5,000 years. 500 years in a single breath meant that even void reversions with 5,000 years of lifespan would not be able to last more than 10 breaths under the envelopment of Baron. Suzimo waved his hand and the fog dissipated. After comprehending the dragon race's language, the power of Baron increased tremendously, and that was secondary. The true gain was still the essence of the Yang Spirit section, the Essence Spirit secret skill. Chapter 1085 Settling Once and for All. Chapter 1085 Settling Once and for All. Half a year later. Dragon Bone Valley, Illumination Dragon Habitat. In a dark and warm cave, two beams of light suddenly lit up like two burning flames. Under the illumination of the two flames, the outline of a figure gradually became clearer. It was Suzimo, who had been in seclusion for half a year. He heaved a sigh of relief, and the flames in his eyes gradually retracted before turning invisible. The entire cave abode returned to darkness once more. He had gained a lot in the past 6 months. It was not only his comprehension of the Baron Dermic art and Essence Spirit secret skill, even his Illumination Dragon eye had changed. Initially, there was an illumination stone in his right eye. However, after half a year of cultivation, the illumination stone had already disappeared. To be precise, it was fused into his right eye. Be it the illumination sword formation or the illumination dragon eye, they were secret skills comprehended through the illumination stone. But now, the two secret skills had fused together in Suzimo's body. The visual technique could no longer be considered as the illumination dragon eye. The power released by the visual technique did not only possess the heat of the illumination dragon eye, it also had the sharpness of the illumination sword formation. The visual technique had become the true illumination eye. Suzimo stood up slowly. For the past 6 months, he could feel the changes in his body. Without the restriction of the black-haired essence spirit, he was almost no different from any other dragon. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness day and night, and his strength rose daily. This was the strength of a dragon. As long as he continued to grow, the power within his body would continue to rise. Coupled with the augmentation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Suzimo's cultivation speed was even faster, and he had almost no bottlenecks at the void reversion realm. Suzimo wanted to reach the peak of void reversion as soon as possible. At the peak of the void reversion realm, one could receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and enter the Dharma characteristic realm to comprehend the innate divine powers of the dragon race. He would be able to truly protect himself using this true body of the dragon race once he advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Of course, there was something else that Suzimo anticipated within his heart. In his memories, everything from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness ended at the Yang Spirit section without any words thereafter. However, he had a feeling that things were not that simple. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness originally had 12 demon kings. However, even with the divine dragon included, there were only 8 demon kings revealed in his bloodline phenomenon. In that case, there should still be 4 demon kings that had yet to appear. He wanted to enter the Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible and see if there was anything left in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Suzimo stood up. After half a year of seclusion, he intended to check on Solitary Cloud. The moment he left his lair, he saw many dragons lingering outside. Apart from illumination dragons, there were also some blue, horned, hornless, and winged dragons. "He's out! He's out! Hurry and inform Brother Yang! Keep watch here. I'll go right now!" When some of the dragons saw Suzimo leave the lair, they exclaimed softly. Some of them turned and left, disappearing quickly. Suzimo did not mind and walked towards the habitat of the mixed dragon lineage. Before long, he caught sight of Solitary Cloud. Solitary Cloud had changed even more after half a year. After Solitary Cloud's heart was shattered by Dean, he had a new heart reconstructed in the primordial divine spring. In reality, the heart was no different from a dragon's heart. Half a year ago, he was bullied by many mixed dragons and did not have time to cultivate. Because of that, the dragon heart could not show its strength either. But now, after half a year of cultivation, his aura had changed drastically and was extremely similar to a dragon's. At the very least, Solitary Cloud no longer felt any pressure in front of flood dragons, rain dragons, and other mixed dragons. Dragon blood was already flowing through his body. He was only missing an opportunity to transform into a dragon. Su Zimo was delighted to see Solitary Cloud undergo such a change. After chatting for a while, Su Zimo stood up and bid farewell. Before long, a group of dragons walked over. The leader of the dragons had a head full of black hair and was extremely beautiful. He was even more beautiful than the Long Shi that Su Zimo had seen before. However, the dragon's gaze was somewhat sinister, as he glared at Su Zimo coldly with an unfriendly expression. "Here comes trouble," Su Zimo sighed internally. He did not know how this dragoness was related to Long Shi, if she was the latter's elder or younger sister. "You're Long Mo?" The green-robed blue dragon in the lead blocked Su Zimo's path and asked coldly. Su Zimo nodded. Compared to Long Shi, this female dragon looked much more normal. Her voice was pleasant, and she did not have a loud voice like Long Shi. "I'm Long Yang," the green-robed blue dragon said indifferently before pausing, as though he was waiting for Su Zimo to reveal some fear and reverence. Long Yang, number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking. No one in the dragon race would be indifferent to that name. Half a year ago, Su Zimo had chanced upon the hidden dragon ranking. However, for the past half a year, he had been focused on researching the dragon race's language and had long forgotten about the hidden dragon ranking. When he heard the name Long Yang, he was stunned for a moment and was a little lost. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before cupping his fists. "Greetings, Miss Long Yang." The moment he said that, the entire place fell silent. The dragons gathered around him widened their mouths and gasped, looking at Su Zimo as though he was a dead man. Although Long Yang was beautiful, he was a man. Everyone in the dragon race knew that this was a taboo for him. In the past, there was a dragon who mocked him in his face and was forced to enter the dragon blood battlefield by him. At the risk of being severely injured, he killed that dragon directly. Ever since then, no one in the dragon race dared to trigger this taboo. But now, Su Zimo's casual remark was equivalent to touching Long Yang's reverse scale. Long Yang's expression turned cold instantly. When Su Zimo saw the reactions of the surrounding dragons, he realized that he might have said something wrong. However, he could not figure out the reason behind it. Since it was a woman before him, Su Zimo did not wish to be entangled with her. He cupped his fists once more and said sincerely, "Miss Long Yang, this is my first time here. If I have somehow offended you, please forgive me." Although he was sincere, his words were extremely piercing to Long Yang. "Cut the crap and head to the dragon blood battlefield." Long Yang grit his teeth. "I'll take your life today." Su Zimo frowned. Even now, he was still confused. This was his first time meeting Long Yang. How did it escalate to the point of the dragon blood battlefield? According to Uncle Yen, they could fight to the death in the dragon blood battlefield. Even if they died, no one would interfere. Long Yang glared at Su Zimo coldly before turning to leave, heading straight for the dragon blood battlefield. In the dragon race, unless one was in their own dragon lair, they had no right to refuse a challenge. Su Zimo pondered for a moment, and could not figure it out. However, he still followed with a calm expression. He had experienced too many life and death battles. The dragons were excited and headed towards the dragon blood battlefield. Passing by the central square, Su Zimo looked up and finally saw Long Yang's name on the first row of the hidden dragon ranking. Number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. Su Zimo smiled gently and murmured, "That's good as well. Once and for all, there shouldn't be any more trouble after this battle." Chapter 1086 Suppression. Chapter 1086 Suppression. Sister Shi, Sister Shi! A hornless dragon ran in front of Long Shi and panted slightly. Long Yang went to look for Long Mo, and the two of them are going to fight to the death in the dragon blood battlefield. Long Shi's expression changed slightly as she frowned deeply in deep thought. Sister Shi, this can be considered a good thing. It's Long Mo's fault for bullying you previously, the hornless dragon said in a testing manner. What do you know? Long Shi stomped her feet and turned to run over. The news of Long Yang and Long Mo entering the dragon blood battlefield spread rapidly throughout the entire Dragon Bone Valley. Almost all the dragons that were not in seclusion ran over to watch the battle. Who do you guys think will win this battle? That goes without saying. Long Yang is number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking while Long Mo is number 5. Furthermore, I heard that he only just entered the Void Reversion realm. That's right. Rather than asking who will win, it's better to ask how long Long Mo can last. I heard that Long Mo was the one who had a death wish and triggered Long Yang's taboo. Before Long Yang and Long Mo arrived, many dragons were already gathered around the battlefield in a clamor. Before long, the dragons dispersed. Long Yang walked over slowly with a dark expression and ascended the blood-stained dragon blood battlefield. Su Zimo followed behind indifferently. The battlefield was vast and reeked of blood. The two of them were in a face-off. Long Yang, get down! I don't need you to stand up for me. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded from beneath the battlefield. Long Shi appeared and shouted at Long Yang. Long Yang glanced sideways and shook his head. Sister Long Shi, this has nothing to do with you. Long Mo is the one who has a death wish. Long Yang, you. Long Shi was speechless. Under normal circumstances, in theory, she should be happy that Long Yang was standing out to help her teach Long Mo a lesson. Even if Long Mo died, it would have nothing to do with her. However, for some reason, she did not wish for a life and death battle between the two of them. More and more dragons were gathering here. Long Yang said indifferently. If you have any last wishes, you can say them. I'll complete them for you. Su Zimo burst into laughter and shook his head. I don't have any last wishes. It's fine as long as you don't disappoint me. I haven't had a chance to stretch my muscles properly since coming here. Arrogant. Those words sounded extremely arrogant to the dragons. A series of boos sounded from the dragons. Many dragons sneered. However, Long Yang did not laugh. He suddenly realized that Long Mo was way too calm. Long Yang retracted his contempt and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he exerted strength with both feet and transformed into a green beam of light, charging towards Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. Clang! Clang! Long Yang extended his palm and bent his fingers slightly, flicking out sharp fingernails that shone with a cold glint. A powerful suction force burst forth from the palm and enveloped Su Zimo entirely. Eh? Su Zimo was surprised. Long Yang's move was an extremely brilliant melee combat technique. Most dragons relied on their physical bodies to fight in close combat. But now, not only did Long Yang reveal his powerful physique and terrifying burst power, he even released this brilliant melee combat technique. Instantly, he took the advantage. Unhurriedly, Su Zimo twisted his palm into a saber and slashed towards the void not far away. Ha ha! What's that? Long Mo is already flustered. The dragons below burst into laughter when they saw Su Zimo's move. However, the laughter of the dragons stopped right after. As Su Zimo's palm descended, a gigantic ocean vortex appeared on the battlefield and a series of terrifying explosions sounded, as though it could engulf all living beings within and drown them completely. Vortex stance. Using his palm as a saber, he released the saber intent of the sea calming manual. Long Yang's expression changed slightly. The suction force that burst forth from his palm dissipated instantly against the terrifying vortex, and his body swayed unsteadily. Splash! Long Yang roared and released his blood chi, causing the sound of a tsunami to echo from his body. Tsunami blood. It was as though a tsunami had formed within Long Yang's body as well, matching the vortex that surrounded him. Instantly, his figure stabilized. Swoosh! Long Yang's palm continued grabbing towards Su Zimo's face. Suzumo lamented internally. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had only encountered 2 cultivators in the cultivation world who had cultivated to the realm of tsunami blood. To think that the 2 dragons he had encountered in less than a year after arriving in the dragon race would have reached this realm. Without hesitation, Suzumo released his blood chi as well. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of a tsunami could be heard. Suzumo strode forward and punched Long Yang's palm fiercely. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 immense forces collided and their blood chi corroded. It was as though 2 gigantic tsunamis had crashed, causing a loud bang. Long Yang's expression changed slightly as he retreated. Suzumo took a step back as well. This was the first dragon that could force him to take a step back in the Dragon Bone Valley. All right. Suzumo burst into laughter and strode forward once more, charging towards Long Yang. Long Yang frowned. This collision caused his aura to pause and he could not advance any further. However, Long Emo did not seem to be affected at all. In reality, Suzumo cultivated the tidal manual and his blood chi surged endlessly like a tsunami wave after wave. There was almost no pause at all. With the help of tidal might, his strength continued to rise. Suzumo punched out once more with a ferocious might. Long Yang did not evade or dodge. His blood chi burst forth as he countered with a punch. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Suzumo took another step back. However, Long Yang staggered 3 steps back. Before he could catch his breath, a figure flashed before him and Suzumo charged forward once more with another punch. Boom! Long Yang retreated once more after receiving the blow. Bang! 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 Suzumo advanced continuously, and rained down punches one after another. His strength rose continuously like a peerless war god with a torrential aura. His attacks were as dense as rain, but they were extremely ferocious, and did not give Long Yang any chance to catch his breath. Long Yang could only retreat repeatedly in the face of the attack. His expression turned ugly. He did not even have the strength to retaliate against such an attack. It was impossible for him to retreat, let alone retaliate. Right now, he was completely caught up in Suzumo's attacks. He could not push forward. However, he could not retreat either. He could only defend continuously until his energy was depleted. This was a vicious cycle. Or rather, he would not be able to last till then. A faint taste of blood had already appeared in Long Yang's mouth after the series of head-on collisions. His teeth had already loosened from the shock. The surroundings of the battlefield were dead silent. The dragons were dumbfounded. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. The number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking, Long Yang from the blue dragon lineage, was suppressed by an outsider with an impure bloodline. Chapter 1087 Absolutely Refreshing. Chapter 1087 Absolutely Refreshing. Long Shi opened her mouth slightly with disbelief in her eyes. She had experienced Suzumo's strength before. However, she had not expected that Suzumo would be able to fight against Long Yang. Long Yang was a blue dragon with a powerful bloodline and was ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking. His combat strength was more than double hers. How could this outsider with an impure bloodline suppress Long Yang? Could it be that this outsider's bloodline was even more powerful and noble than the bloodline of the blue dragon? That was impossible. Long Shi quickly rejected that thought. The primordial 9 races dominated the ancient world. Within the 9 races, the dragon race's bloodline was superior to all. But how did this person do it? He had only just entered the void reversion realm. What would things be like if he was at greater mastery of the void reversion realm and at his peak? Long Shi was all too familiar with the dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley, and there was nothing new about them. However, she knew nothing about Suzumo. Suddenly, she felt an intense curiosity towards Suzumo. Seems like he has to undergo dragonification. Yes, if this continues, Long Yang will probably be suppressed to death by Long Mo. Transforming into a half-dragon is enough to reverse the situation. The dragons discussed softly. Although Su Zimo had the upper hand on the battlefield, this fight was nothing much in a battle between dragons. It was far from the point of victory, let alone life and death. Roar! Under the suffocating pressure of Su Zimo, Long Yang finally could not take it any more and let out a dragon roar. A series of crackling sounds came from his body and his figure expanded, bursting through his clothes. Green scales appeared on Long Yang's body with a cold glint. His body rose to a height of 10 feet. His entire body was covered by green scales and was airtight without any openings. His thighs were strong and his feet grew sharp claws that dug deep into the stone platform. Those dragon claws could release even more terrifying power. Long Yang's movement speed had increased significantly. Bang! After transforming into his half-dragon form, Long Yang finally defended against Su Zimo's punch without retreating at all. Long Mo, this battle has just begun! Long Yang sneered and exerted strength with his feet, turning into a green beam of light that charged towards Su Zimo. Good timing! Su Zimo's eyes lit up, and he did not take a single step back. With a boom, he activated the Plow Heaven Stride and closed in on the incoming Long Yang. Boom! The two figures collided with a loud bang. The entire void shuddered. Both of them fell out. It was an even split. Pissed. This time round, the dragon's expressions changed slightly. After Long Yang transformed into a half-dragon, his strength, speed, stamina, burst power and even his defense had an obvious increase. Even so, Long Yang did not gain the upper hand. At that moment, Su Zimo had already pushed his blood chi to its limits. Apart from the fact that he did not use his bloodline phenomenon, he had already released his full strength. His bloodline surged within his body like a tsunami with a terrifying might. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo's scarlet hair danced wildly like a burning flame. With a scorching gaze, he roared with laughter. Awesome! Again! Boom! In a flash, Su Zimo disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Long Yang. Bang! The fists collided and the two of them exchanged another blow. This time round, either of them retreated. The two of them were extremely close as they glared at each other. Relying on their strong physiques, they endured the power that surged into their bodies. There was a momentary pause. All of a sudden, the two of them attacked at the same time, exchanging blows with speed as afterimages of their fists danced. Bang! 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 In the short span of 10 breaths, the two of them exchanged at least 100 blows. The clash of momentum caused flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Melee combat was the most dangerous. Those 10 breaths were a perfect example of that. No one could guarantee that they would be safe at this distance. Both of them were injured. The only thing they could do was to avoid any fatal damage as much as possible. Although the exchange between the two of them seemed short, in reality, it was a competition of strength, speed and even stamina. In Long Yang's opinion, he would definitely be able to last till the end with his endless stamina and strong defense after transforming into a half-dragon. However, after 10 breaths, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly and he fought even more bravely. Long Yang could clearly see the wounds on Su Zimo's body. Although they had not healed, they had already stopped bleeding. What terrifying regeneration powers! Long Yang vaguely realized that if this continued, victory would be unpredictable. Boom! After another clash, Long Yang retreated and panted slightly as he widened the distance between them. The two figures stood still once more. A commotion broke out among the dragons. Both of them were already injured. Su Zimo's scarlet robes were almost torn and there were many wounds on his body. However, they were not fatal and the wounds were not deep either. Long Yang looked extremely wretched as well. Dozens of dragon scales on his body were struck off and a few wounds were mangled. Long Yang took a deep breath of air and said sternly, "You're very strong and you've already far surpassed my expectations. I've decided to not hold back and give you enough respect. I'll use my strongest methods to kill you here." Su Zimo smiled fearlessly. He was truly satisfied with this battle. Back in the Dao inheritance ground, this body and bloodline could not be used. After that, his body was crippled by the D clan's half-martial ancestor. Ever since he arrived at the Dao inheritance ground, Su Zimo had been suppressing a ball of frustration. Now that it was finally released, he felt extremely refreshed and satisfied. No matter how Long Yang threatened him, Su Zimo did not take it to heart. Although he was slightly injured as well, the situation was still under his control. "Come, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeves." Su Zimo smiled gently, and his blood chi burst forth. He charged forward once more, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Carrying an apocalyptic aura, he arrived before Long Yang instantly. Boom! He threw out a punch. This was a punch released when one's blood chi was pushed and accumulated to its limits, as though it could reduce all obstacles in front of it to dust. This was also the most terrifying punch that Su Zimo had released since the start of the battle. At the same time, his right eye shone with a bedazzling light that contained an extremely sharp edge like a blazing sun. Visual technique. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot out, as though it could penetrate, burn and tear everything apart. This was the illumination eye that was even more terrifying than the illumination dragon eye. The combination of two ultimate powers was perfect and flawless. In fact, Long Yang could smell the aura of death and his expression changed. Chapter 1088 Divine Dragon Phantom. Chapter 1088 Divine Dragon Phantom. Long Yang did not have time to think as his blood chi surged and his bones underwent a transformation. His initially 10 feet tall body expanded rapidly and elongated. A slender body soared into the skies and spiraled upwards. A complete dragon form. His body was dozens of feet long and was covered in green scales. With 4 claws under its abdomen and horns on his head, his malevolent dragon head swayed and he rose into the air, shuttling through the clouds. It was almost a perfect dragon body. The moment Long Yang transformed into his dragon form, the light of the illumination eye descended and landed on the dragon's body. Buzz! The dragon body soared into the skies and the light beam left a massive wound on it, causing blood to flow. More than 10 dragon scales fell and were already charred, filled with sword scars. The dragons were in an uproar when they saw that. Although the threat of a visual technique was not great, it had the advantage of being instantaneous and unexpected. The power of the visual technique itself was far inferior to many dermic arts. Even a powerful visual technique like the Illumination Dragon Eye could not penetrate the defense of a blue dragon's scales and hurt the latter's body. But now, Su Zimo's visual technique almost penetrated Long Yang's dragon body. It was easy to imagine that if Long Yang had not conjured his complete dragon form in time, he would have been half dead. Bang! The blue dragon swiped its tail and collided against Su Zimo's fist. Su Zimo's body shuddered and he was sent flying. Long Yang's strength was terrifyingly strong in his blue dragon complete form. Su Zimo could not endure it with just his true body of the dragon race and bloodline. The fight between the two of them seemed back and forth. However, in reality, it was Long Yang who suffered a huge loss. He did not make a single sound, but his dragon eyes revealed intense pain. The wounds caused by the illumination eye on his body had a huge impact on him, and they had yet to recover. The blue dragon lineage possessed the most terrifying regeneration capabilities. The searing power of the illumination dragon eye alone could not stop his body from regenerating. However, there was a sharp edge mixed with the wounds that was tearing his flesh apart continuously. It was on par with his regeneration ability. Long Yang shuttled through the clouds while dragon blood dripped from his body continuously. Every single movement caused intense pain to shoot through his wounds. The skies were filled with a shuddering pressure after he transformed into a blue dragon. This was a pressure unique to the dragon race. Any race with inferior bloodlines would be affected by the pressure. The lesser the bloodline, the greater the impact. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at it. His eyes shone brightly, but it was as though he could not sense it at all. Boom! Within the clouds, A malevolent and frightening dragon head suddenly extended and opened its mouth, spitting out a gigantic torrent towards Suzumo. The torrent descended and formed a bottomless ocean on the battlefield. As a WYRM, Solitary Cloud knew similar dermic arts. However, WYRMs could only reign freely in lakes and swamps at most. As for the dragon race, they were the true dominators who could overturn rivers and oceans. Against that power, Suzumo was as insignificant as an ant and was engulfed by the tsunami almost instantly. This dermic art was no different from the real ocean. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, any power would be vulnerable. Long Yang circled in midair and released his massive spirit consciousness. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the surface of the sea, as though he was searching for something. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief when there was no movement on the surface of the sea. "Roar!" Long Yang exclaimed excitedly. "Is it over?" The same thought flashed through the minds of the dragons as they gazed at the battlefield. To be fair, none of the void reversion dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley could defend against Long Yang's dermic art. However, Long Mo was different. Even when they saw Long Mo being drowned, the dragons still felt uneasy. It seemed like Long Mo would not die so easily. All of a sudden, the initially calm surface of the sea seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands as it began to spin. It was getting faster and faster. A moment later, a gigantic vortex formed in the middle of the ocean. In the center of the vortex, a massive purgatory filled with blood she floated up slowly with a series of ghastly wails. "Break!" Suzumo's voice sounded in the purgatory. The purgatory shattered. A towering corpse mountain appeared and dyed the entire ocean red. Standing on the corpse mountain, Suzumo was like a god of death and hell that could not be ignored. The combination of the Azura Saber and Sea Calming Manual allowed Suzumo to escape. Swoosh! Long Yang was enraged and panted heavily, looking down at Suzumo. All of a sudden, he swooped down and opened his mouth, letting out a terrifying roar from the depths of his throat that shook the world. The roar of a blue dragon. The dragons of the 5 lineages were born able to release this sound domain technique innately. Most human cultivators won't be able to endure the roars of flood and rain dragons, let alone dragons of the 5 lineages. The power of the dragon roar of the 5 lineages was even more terrifying. Even pure-blooded ferocious beasts with weaker strength could be killed instantly. Among the 5 lineages, the blue dragon's roar was the strongest. That was because the strength of the dragon roar was closely related to one's bloodline. Since the blue dragon possessed the strongest bloodline, the power of their dragon roar was naturally the strongest. Suzumo's expression changed. The moment the dragon roar sounded, he felt a sharp pain in his ears. How strong was his body? He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and most of the sound domain's secret skills did not affect him much. However, before the roar of the blue dragon could fully erupt, his ears already felt pain. Suzumo immediately realized that he could not defend against the roar of the blue dragon if he remained in this state. If he took it head-on, his eardrums would be pierced. Even his essence spirit could be shaken. Crackle! Suddenly, the sound of Suzumo's bones moving echoed from his body. Shing! His clothes were torn and his body expanded. Scarlet scales grew on his body like red-hot iron plates, emitting a scorching aura. Dragonification. Half-dragon form. In the eyes of the dragons, Long Yang could not suppress Suzumo right away even after transforming into his complete dragon form. That was not right. However, what the dragons did not know was that up till this point of Suzumo's cultivation, the only living being that could force him to this point was the god race leader of the past. Even against Iin, Suzumo did not have to undergo dragonification. After transforming into his half-dragon form, Suzumo's strength, speed and defense increased as well. The piercing pain in his ears had already dissipated by a lot. However, that was not enough. The roar of the blue dragon had already erupted completely. Suzumo's eyes lit up and his blood chi surged. A lifelike phantom of a divine dragon appeared behind him and spiraled upwards. The man and dragon glared at Long Yang, who was charging over, emitting a shuddering aura and a domineering might. For some reason, Long Yang felt a sense of fear when he was glared at by the man and dragon and instinctively stopped in his tracks. Chapter 1089 Alarming the Elders. Chapter 1089 Alarming the Elders. What is that? Bloodline phenomenon? Long Mo has actually cultivated a bloodline phenomenon. The dragons were shocked. In the Dragonbone Valley, there were at least 20 dragons that had cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. However, there was only one person who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon. It was the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the blue dragon lineage and the current number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking, the young master of the blue dragon lineage, Long Tsung. One could imagine how shocked the dragons were now that they saw the bloodline phenomenon on another dragon. Although Long Mo cultivated a bloodline phenomenon, his phenomenon doesn't seem as strong as Long Tsung's. The difference is way too great and can't be compared at all. Long Tsung's bloodline phenomenon is enough to suppress a divine dragon like Long Mo. The dragons were right and wrong. That divine dragon phantom was indeed Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon. However, it was only one of the 8 demon kings. Su Zimo did not reveal the full phenomenon. Firstly, Long Yang had not forced him to that point. Secondly, the appearance of 8 demon kings was way too shocking. Furthermore, a blood-colored butterfly would appear after the 8 demon kings. A dragon said in a deep voice. That may be the case, but even the weakest bloodline phenomenon is extremely powerful and cannot be underestimated. Long Mo has already taken on his half-dragon form. If he were to take on his full dragon form, Long Yang would most likely be doomed. Impossible! Another dragon shook his head. Long Mo's bloodline is impure. Transforming into a half-dragon is his limit. The dragon was right. Right now, Su Zimo could only take on a half-dragon form at most, and he could not even take on a complete dragon form for some unknown reason. However, even in his half-dragon form, it was enough for him to sweep through everything. The power of the blue dragon's roar was completely released. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth with a burning gaze. The divine dragon behind him opened its mouth at the same time as well. The actions of the man and dragon were synchronized without any difference. Suddenly, a roar that shook the world exploded. Heaven and earth shook and the weather changed. Roar! It clashed head-on with a dragon roar. The power released by the 2 dragon roars collided in midair. The entire world seemed to have gone silent. Instantly, complete silence ensued. That loud bang had extinguished all sound. However, every single dragon felt their hearts tremble. Yes! Long Yang's body shuddered and he suddenly grunted with a pale expression. The dragons were moved. Everyone knew that the blue dragon's roar was the strongest sound domain power of the 5 dragon lineages. However, Long Yang was the one disadvantaged after the collision of the 2 dragon roars. What did that mean? Could it be that Long Mo's bloodline was even stronger than the bloodline of the blue dragon? Disbelief appeared on the dragons' faces. All of a sudden, Su Zimo rose from the ground and took advantage of the moment when Long Yang's body shuddered. Leaping up, he pushed aside the clouds and rode on Long Yang's neck. Long Yang was enraged. Being ridden on the neck was an immense humiliation for the dragon race. No one could ride above him. The dignity of the dragon race could not be trampled. Su Zimo did not care. His legs were strong and he gripped Long Yang's neck tightly. Raising his fist, he smashed down on Long Yang's head. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Long Yang lamented. Su Zimo's punch was enough to turn divine weapons into dust. However, it did not manage to knock Long Yang's head open. It was clear how strong the blue dragon's physique was. However, Long Yang's head was also mangled by the punch. Roar! Long Yang roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. His entire body rumbled continuously and burst forth with a twisted power. Even though Su Zimo's legs were clamped tightly around Long Yang's neck, he was almost flung into the air. Su Zimo reached out hurriedly and gripped Long Yang's dragon horns tightly to steady himself. However, Long Yang's body did not show any signs of stopping as he rolled, shuttled, circled and spun in midair. As for Su Zimo, he exerted strength in both his hands and legs and could only stabilize himself. However, he could not free himself to continue attacking. Both parties were in a strange stalemate. Of course, if nothing went wrong, such a stalemate would consume a lot of Long Yang's stamina. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. Humph, Long Mo made a huge mistake. That's right. The horn of a blue dragon contains many offensive dermic formulation techniques, and the essence of one's strength. Long Mo must have a death wish for grabbing a blue dragon's horn. The dragons watched coldly from the sidelines and naturally saw everything more clearly. While they were discussing, Long Yang's dragon horns suddenly turned red like a burning iron rod and the temperature rose continuously. Su Zimo focused his gaze. This should have been a dermic formulation of the Illumination dragon lineage, but Long Yang was able to control it with ease. Normally, if anyone else were to continue holding the horns of the blue dragon, their palms would be burned to ashes. If they let go, they would naturally be flung down. However, the one riding on Long Yang's neck was Su Zimo. This counterattack was of no threat to him at all. Firstly, his right hand was the divine phoenix bone. Even if his flesh was burned to ashes, the bones of his right hand would not be damaged. Secondly, Su Zimo would not hold on to the dragon horns foolishly. He had a trump card as well. All right, I'll let you try the power of Baron. Sneering coldly, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he conjured hand seals secretly. Suddenly, 2 balls of gray mist appeared in his palms. The 2 gray mists wrapped around the scarlet dragon horns and isolated the high temperature. Su Zimo was still gripping the horn of the blue dragon tightly with his palm intact. This Long Mo actually has a way to deal with it as well. There's truly always someone stronger. I'm afraid it's hard to say who will win between the 2 of them. What sort of dermic art is that gray mist? It doesn't seem to have much power no matter how I look at it. Many dragons frowned slightly with confusion in their eyes. On the surface, the power of Baron was merely to isolate the heat of the blue dragon horns. However, in reality, Baron had already taken effect on Long Yang. Long Yang's lifespan was decreasing at a rate of 500 years with a single breath. In the blink of an eye, Long Yang's lifespan had been reduced by more than 5,000 years after 10 breaths. Normally speaking, void reversions only had a lifespan of 5,000 years. As for the dragon race, they were one of the primordial 9 races and once ruled over the primordial era. Their bloodline was strong and they were different from humans. Although the reproduction rate of the dragon race was extremely low, they had a long lifespan. Even without cultivating, they had a lifespan of tens of thousands, or even 100,000 years. As for human cultivators, they could only live for 100,000 years after reaching the Mahayana realm. That was the difference between them. Therefore, Long Yang, who possessed longevity, did not notice anything unusual after the descent of Baron. The first to realize that something was amiss was not Long Yang, but the many elders of the dragon race who were watching from the shadows. On the surface, this was a life and death battle between 2 dragons. However, it had already alarmed the elders of the 5 lineages. Chapter 1090 Reverse Scale of a Dragon. Chapter 1090 Reverse Scale of a Dragon. In a corner not far away from the dragon blood battlefield, 5 blurry figures stood, watching the battle silently as though they were in another dimension. Even if the dragons passed by this place, they would not be able to see them. The 5 figures were elders from the 5 lineages of the dragon race. From the Illumination Dragon, Elder 4 was the one who came to watch the battle. Does the Illumination Dragon lineage really intend to let this child be the young master? The Horned Dragon Elder frowned slightly and sounded doubtful. The Winged Dragon Elder shook his head as well. That lad's combat strength is not weak. However, his bloodline is impure and his potential is limited. He's not worth nurturing. Regarding the matter of elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage sending Su Zimo and Solitary Cloud into the primordial divine spring to recuperate, the other elders of the dragon race were still somewhat displeased. Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage merely smiled. Continue watching. As time passed, the elders gradually revealed a hint of surprise. To think that this lad's combat strength would reach such a level. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. His bloodline is impure and he can't transform into a complete dragon body. That's not a big problem. Once he cultivates to the perfected void reversion realm and receives the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he should be able to transform. The elders of the 5 lineages commented and chatted. As the battle progressed, the elders' attitude towards Su Zimo changed as well. After 2 breaths of Baron, the hornless dragon elder smiled. Interesting. This lad actually possesses the power to weaken one's lifespan. 500 years in a single breath is enough to deal with lesser races. However, it's useless against us dragons. The elder of the blue dragon lineage had a relaxed expression and did not seem to mind. After 7 breaths, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said with a grim expression, "Something's wrong." The other 4 elders exchanged glances and noticed something amiss as well. The Horned Dragon Elder narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "The power of this dermic art to reduce one's lifespan is irreversible." Although dermic arts that targeted longevity were extremely rare and precious, they were not completely non-existent. However, the power of those dermic arts could be recovered. Simply put, while the shaving of 500 years of lifespan would be present, while the dermic art was released, the lifespan would recover upon the end of the dermic art. However, Baron was different. Shaving 500 years of lifespan was equivalent to losing 500 years. It was irreversible and irrecoverable. That was way too terrifying. Nobody would complain about having a long life. Imagine how terrifying it was for a high-spirited and elegant youth to have his lifespan cut by 70 years to become an old man on the brink of death. Even dragons with long lifespans could not remain indifferent after their lifespans were cut by thousands of years. As elders, they should not interfere in a life-and-death battle between the younger generation of the dragon race. However, Long Yang was the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. Furthermore, Su Zimo was an outsider with an impure bloodline who had joined the dragon race for less than half a year. They would naturally be biased towards the latter emotionally. The blue dragon elder frowned and his figure flashed as he walked out of the void. The other 4 followed hurriedly. "Old Shu, it's not good for you to interfere in the fight between juniors, right? The dragon race has never broken this rule before." Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage frowned. The blue dragon elder was hesitant as well. Right then, the expressions of the 5 dragon elders changed at the same time. They were initially in the void and could not sense it. It was only when they arrived outside that they could clearly sense the terror of Baron. "The power of this dermic art ignores one's cultivation realm?" The hornless dragon elder widened his eyes in disbelief. "I think so." The horned dragon elder's expression changed gradually as he nodded. This meant that if the dermic art descended on them, their lifespans would decrease at a rate of 500 years a breath as well. Of course, given their combat strength, they could kill Su Zimo within a single breath. Even so, that dermic art was enough to shock the world. The winged dragon elder said meaningfully, "Long Mo has truly given us too many surprises." At that moment, 10 breaths had passed since Su Zimo released the barren dermic art. A resolute look flashed through the eyes of the blue dragon elder as he prepared to strike. If this continued, even if Long Yang did not die, the blue dragon lineage would still lose a paragon if too much of the latter's lifespan was depleted. Suddenly, a change happened on the battlefield. Su Zimo, who initially had the upper hand, leaped down from Long Yang's body. He dispersed the gray fog with both hands and stood at the other end of the battlefield with a calm expression. He had stopped. Su Zimo, who initially had the upper hand, did not force a kill. He chose to stop at the right time. Although losing 5,000 years of lifespan was a significant loss for Long Yang, it was not fatal. This was a lesson and a warning. After Su Zimo stopped, The blue dragon elder who had just stepped out retraced his step as well and heaved a sigh of relief. In the dragon blood battlefield, Su Zimo looked at Long Yang with a calm gaze. The outcome of this battle was decided. Or rather, life and death were decided. If he continued to cast Baron, Long Yang would have no other choice but to die with his lifespan exhausted. He was not a bloodthirsty person to begin with, and had no deep feud with Long Yang. There was no reason for him to kill the latter. Losing 5,000 years of lifespan was enough as a lesson. Long Yang hovered in midair motionlessly and glared at Su Zimo with a complicated expression. His eyes no longer carried the anger they had initially. He could naturally sense that Su Zimo had shown mercy. However, he would not admit defeat. He was more prideful than anyone in his bones. Long Mo, don't think that you can make me bow down and acknowledge defeat just because you stopped. Long Yang pursed his lips with a stubborn expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, I still have one more move. I haven't lost yet. The dragons were shocked and could sense Long Yang's determination to die. He was truly willing to fight to the death. Long Yang, stop! Long Shi could not help but shout. Long Yang shook his head and looked at Su Zimo, saying slowly, Long Mo, take this. Essence Spirit Secret Skill, Blue Dragon's Fury. Before Long Yang could finish his sentence, green light burst forth from his glabella. A towering green divine dragon with a single horn broke out of his body. Opening its bloody mouth, it charged towards Su Zimo with a ferocious expression. The dragons felt their hearts clench. Essence Spirit Fight. Success or failure depended on this move. To the dragons, Su Zimo had joined the Dragon Bone Valley for less than a year and had yet to cultivate the dragon race's essence spirit secret skills. Against that move, Su Zimo was most likely doomed. However, on the battlefield, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he looked at the incoming green dragon. His glabella shone and his massive spirit consciousness compressed continuously. A palm-sized scarlet scale slowly floated out from his glabella. It looked very ordinary. Compared to Long Yang's blue dragon's fury, it was nothing special. It was only a dragon scale. It was the reverse scale of a dragon. Chapter 1091 Recognition. Chapter 1091 Recognition. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the essence spirit secret skill of the Yang spirit section. It was also the essence of the Yang spirit section. The reverse scale was a scale in the shape of a crescent beneath the neck of a dragon. Once touched, it would definitely incur the wrath of the dragon race. That was the reason why there was a saying throughout history. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. That statement was also the obscurity of the essence spirit secret skill. The scarlet reverse scale in midair did not have to enter Long Yang's consciousness to kill him if it came into contact with his essence spirit. As long as Long Yang's blue dragon's fury collided against the reverse scale, his essence spirit would be destroyed even if it was dozens of feet away. That was the terror of reverse scales. He could not touch that reverse scale at all. A single touch meant death. Throughout history, there had never been an essence spirit secret skill that possessed such domineering power. Although the dragons could not sense the descent of the reverse scale, Long Yang felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. A feeling surfaced in his heart. It was as though he would die the next moment. At the same time, the elders of the 5 lineages watching from afar were shocked as well. Given their cultivation realms, they could naturally sense the terrifying aura emanating from the reverse scale. The green divine dragon in midair looked majestic and powerful with a torrential aura. However, it was way too inferior compared to the reverse scale. The two essence spirit secret skills exploded and collided instantly. Even if the elders of the 5 lineages were to step in, it would be too late. Long Yang is finished. The same thought flashed through the minds of the elders of the 5 lineages. The blue dragon elder's eyes were filled with regret. He should have stepped in when Long Mo showed mercy earlier on. If he had stood out in time, this terrifying killing move would not have descended and Long Yang would not die either. Long Mo could not be blamed for this. In a life and death battle, it was only right for Long Mo to kill Long Yang. Furthermore, Long Mo had already stopped before this. Perhaps that's just Long Yang's fate. The Blue Dragon Elder sighed internally. Although the fight between essence spirits sounded slow, it happened in an instant. In midair, the malevolent green divine dragon collided against the reverse scale and its entire body froze in midair. Right after, in front of everyone, cracks appeared on the green dragon's body. The reverse scale was intact. Not far away, Long Yang's expression froze on his face. His gaze was dazed and gradually dimmed. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. If he persisted, although his essence spirit would be shaken, Long Yang would definitely die. However, there was really no need for that. With a single thought, Su Zimo dispersed his reverse scale. In midair, the green divine dragon did not last long before it turned into specks of light that dissipated into the world. Long Yang closed his eyes and his massive body fell from midair. With a loud bang, he crashed onto the battlefield, causing dust to fly everywhere. Su Zimo sighed softly. Long Yang was not dead. However, his essence spirit was already filled with cracks. Thankfully, Su Zimo retracted his attack in time. If the reverse scale had existed for a moment longer, Long Yang might have been destroyed in both spirit and body. The elders of the 5 lineages heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed the changes. The Blue Dragon Elder was delighted. On the battlefield, Long Yang's life force was almost negligible and could barely be sensed. The dragons did not know about Long Yang's situation and thought that he was dead. The dragons were in an uproar. Some were furious, some were shocked, some were sorrowful, and some were stunned on the spot. In the eyes of the dragons, Long Yang was already at the perfected void reversion realm. Even though a fight between essence spirits was dangerous, there was no way he would die. But now, he was lying motionlessly on the ground without any signs of life. Long Yang had died in battle. Many dragons charged into the battlefield. Some of the blue dragons had bloodshot eyes and sorrowful expressions. A blue dragon turned around and glared at Su Zimo, shouting, "Long Mo, I'm challenging you to a life and death battle right here in the Dragon Blood battlefield. Let me! Long Mo, I challenge you!" Another blue dragon stood out. "What are you guys doing?" Long Ken of the Illumination Dragon lineage stood beside Su Zimo hurriedly and shouted. This was a life and death battle between the two of them. You can't blame Brother Mo. Fine, let's fight then. Do you think that the Illumination Dragon lineage is afraid of you guys? Another Illumination Dragon shouted. Everyone, quiet down! Long she roared. However, her voice was quickly drowned in the noisy battlefield. Emotions were rife and a huge fight between the dragons was about to break out in the Dragon Blood battlefield in the blink of an eye. What are you guys doing? Right then, an authoritative voice suddenly sounded in midair and entered the ears of every dragon, containing a powerful might. The dragons were shocked and looked over. 5 figures stood in midair, emitting powerful auras with immense pressure. Under the suppression of this pressure, the hot blood of the dragons gradually calmed down. The elders of the 5 lineages descended. What's the ruckus? Are there no rules now? The blue dragon elder looked around with a sharp gaze. None of the dragons dared to meet his eyes. Elder, that outsider killed Brother Yang. Finally, a blue dragon could not help but lament with reddened eyes. Everything in the Dragon Blood battlefield is a life and death battle to begin with. If you're afraid of death, don't come here, the blue dragon elder said coldly. But the blue dragon was still indignant. He was of the same lineage as Long Yang to begin with and was naturally extremely close to the latter. In his eyes, Su Zimo, someone of the Illumination Dragon lineage with an impure bloodline, and had just arrived in the Dragon Bone Valley for less than a year, was just an outsider. No buts. The blue dragon elder shook his head. This is a rule of the dragon race. It's unquestionable. After a brief pause, the blue dragon elder looked deeply at Su Zimo and said slowly, Furthermore, Long Yang isn't dead yet. Everyone was stunned the moment his sentence was finished. Long Yang was not dead? Under normal circumstances, even if his essence spirit did not die immediately after receiving such injuries, he would not be able to salvage it. However, the Dragon Bone Valley possessed the primordial divine spring that could revive the dead as well as regenerate flesh and bones. The blue dragon elder waved his sleeves and released a burst of dermic powers. Long Yang's gigantic body transformed into a human. The gaze of the blue dragon elder landed on Su Zimo and paused for a moment. He nodded to the latter before leaving with Long Yang. Although the blue dragon elder said nothing, the fact that he nodded his head was already rare. He was expressing gratitude to Su Zimo. The essence spirit fight earlier happened in an instant. Although the dragons did not know what happened exactly, the elders of the 5 lineages of the dragon race could sense it. If Su Zimo had not held back, Long Yang would have died by now. This battle not only established Su Zimo's status among the younger generation of the dragon race, he had also truly obtained the recognition of many dragon elders. Chapter 1092 Revenge. Chapter 1092 Revenge. With the departure of the blue dragon elder and Long Yang, the dragons gradually dispersed as well. Before long she left, she even turned to look at Su Zimo with a complicated expression. Of course, there were still many dragons surrounding Su Zimo in the dragon blood battlefield that refused to leave. Most of them were Illumination dragons. This battle boosted the morale of the Illumination dragon lineage. Long Yang's defeat meant that Su Zimo would become the new number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. This was the first time in history that an Illumination dragon had ascended to the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Some of the Illumination dragons who did not acknowledge Su Zimo initially had no objections now, afraid that he would not join the Illumination dragon lineage. You guys can leave first. Right then, the 4 dragon elders descended from midair and said to the surrounding dragons, Long Mo, stay here. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 smiled at Su Zimo with a gentle expression. The dragons left. Su Zimo and the 4 dragon elders were the only ones left in the dragon blood battlefield. Long Mo, that dermic art you released earlier on, the one with the gray mist. What is it called? The horned dragon elder asked. Baron. Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. Release it again and we'll take a look. The winged dragon elder was curious. Or rather, he could not believe that the power of a void reversion dragon's dermic art could affect an existence of their level. Su Zimo flipped his palm and a gray fog appeared. At this distance, the 4 dragon elders could feel it even more clearly. The winged dragon elder extended a finger and tapped the gray fog gently. The moment his finger touched the gray fog, it retracted. Psst! He gasped and nodded at the other 3 dragon elders. True enough. The power of that dermic art could even affect them. Earlier on, the winged dragon elder merely took a single touch and retracted it. At most, it was 1/10 of a breath's time, and he lost dozens of years of his lifespan. Furthermore, it was irreversible and irrecoverable. His lifespan of dozens of years was completely gone. Hurry and put it away, the winged dragon elder urged. For some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat as he looked at the gray fog. Where did you learn this dermic art? The horned dragon elder asked. Su Zimo replied indifferently. A friend taught me. Can you impart this dermic art? The eyes of the horned dragon elder shone as he could not help but ask. Even though they had already become elders of the dragon race and were of noble status with torrential combat strength that could even fight against Mahayana patriarchs, they were still tempted when they saw such dermic arts. Sorry, I can't. Su Zimo shook his head without hesitation. Daiyu had once told him that he could not impart the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to outsiders. Su Zimo had never forgotten Daiyu's words. A look of regret appeared on the faces of the horned and winged dragon elders. Only Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a calm expression as he nodded towards Su Zimo, as though he understood the latter's intentions. The horned dragon elder retracted a momentary flash of heat in his eyes and said with a sullen expression, Long Mo, as someone of the dragon race, you cultivate our cultivation techniques and enjoyed the use of the primordial divine spring. You should hand this dermic art over. Su Zimo frowned. He felt disgusted. This was clearly trying to blackmail him through goodwill. The primordial divine spring had indeed saved his life and revived his true body of the dragon race. However, he had also joined the dragon race. If they were to request anything from him because of this, he would only feel disgusted. Given Su Zimo's character, he would rather not have the true body of the dragon race than submit. There were some things that triggered his bottom line which he could not compromise. No way! This time round, Su Zimo rejected even more thoroughly, and his tone turned colder. The horned dragon elder narrowed his eyes. A Void Reversion Jr. of the dragon race dared to reject him and speak to him in that tone? Furthermore, this junior was an outsider with an impure bloodline and an unknown identity. Junior, say that again, the horned dragon elder said with a dark gaze. Long Zhong, what are you doing? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 pulled Su Zimo behind him. The gentleness on his face disappeared as he glared at the horned dragon elder with a sharp gaze. This dermic art is extremely powerful. If he were to hand it over to us, the strength of our dragon race would increase. That's not overboard, the horned dragon elder called Long Zhong said indifferently. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 harumphed coldly. If that child is willing, that's naturally for the best. However, if he's unwilling, no one can force him. Not you, me, or any other dragon. Su Zimo was touched when he heard that. No matter what, the elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage did not treat him as an outsider, and were always protecting him. Why are you so protective of him? Long Zhong frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sneered. This has nothing to do with being protective. Long Zhong, don't you feel shameless forcing a junior to hand over his cultivation technique given your age? You! Long Zhong was speechless, and his expression darkened completely. The hornless dragon elder was a middle-aged beauty. At that moment, she shook her head as well. Long Zhong, you've truly gone overboard in this matter. Although I want to cultivate this dermic art as well, I won't force this child. All right, everyone, stop arguing. The winged dragon elder stood out and tried to smooth things over. Long Zhong might have sounded tough because he was anxious. He has no ill intentions. It better be, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said. The Illumination Dragon lineage has already decided that Long Mo will be the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage and will be given the title of Illumination. Some old fogies should not have any designs on him. Humph! Long Zhong could not hold it in any longer. He flicked his sleeves and left, disappearing quickly. It's fine, ignore him. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 turned around and patted Su Zimo on the shoulder. That fellow must be old and muddle-headed. Thank you, Elder 4. Su Zimo bowed in thanks. This time round, it was all thanks to Illumination Dragon Elder 4 who helped him out. Otherwise, given his personality, there was a high chance that he would end up in a tragic state if he were to get into an argument with the Horned Dragon Elder, and his true body of the dragon race would be crippled once more. Right, that Essence Spirit secret skill of yours was also given to you by your friend? The Hornless Dragon Elder asked curiously. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. What's the name of the Essence Spirit secret skill? The Hornless Dragon Elder asked again. Reverse Scale. When they heard that word, the three elders were slightly stunned before realization flashed through their eyes. Reverse Scale, anyone who touches it will die. The Winged Dragon Elder murmured and nodded. No wonder it's so domineering. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 pondered for a moment before reminding. Long Mo, that Baron Dermic art and Reverse Scale secret skill are way too, a little strong. Try not to use them if you fight with other dragons in the Dragon Bone Valley in the future. Chapter 1093 Returning to the North Region. Chapter 1093 Returning to the North Region. Dragon Bone Valley. Less than a month after the battle between Su Zimo and Long Yang, the elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage stepped in and conferred Su Zimo the title of the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage as well as the name Long Zhu. After another half a year, Su Zimo had completely integrated into Dragonbone Valley. Firstly, the battle half a year ago made him famous among the dragon race and gained the recognition of many of them, especially the Illumination Dragon lineage. Secondly, the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage had a noble status far above the other dragons. Thirdly, Su Zimo had already become the number one of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Furthermore, Long Yang, who was already ranked second on the Hidden Dragon ranking, did not become hostile towards Su Zimo after his defeat. Instead, he became extremely close to the latter. Whenever someone wanted to challenge Su Zimo, Long Yang would take the initiative to stop them. For the past half a year, all the dragons that fought Long Yang were defeated. If they could not even defeat the second on the Hidden Dragon ranking, there was no way they could challenge the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Long Yang was not the only one. Long Shi of the Hornless Dragon race often ran towards the Illumination Dragon lineage as well. Furthermore, she had changed from her violent temper to become much gentler, causing the dragons to click their tongues in envy. However, Su Zimo still could not take it. Even if this body was the true body of the dragon race, he had no intention of becoming the Tao companion of a dragon. He was also unwilling to agree to the marriage alliance that the Illumination Dragon elders urged him to. He was so frustrated that he decided to enter seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Early in the morning, the sun rose and shone on a black-haired cultivator in the ancient temple. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and exhaled deeply. 10 years ago, he had just entered the Void Reversion realm and reconstructed his body. 10 years later, he was already at the peak of the Void Reversion realm. That cultivation speed could be said to be rather terrifying. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more difficult it was to raise it. Back in the nascent soul realm, Su Zimo spent a full 100 years to cultivate from early stage to peak mid-stage nascent soul realm. However, at the Void Reversion realm, this process only took 10 years. At the nascent soul realm, apart from his cultivation, Su Zimo had to nurture the creation green lotus continuously. But now, the creation green lotus had already vanished and there was only a bare lotus platform and 54 green lotus seeds left. There was no longer a need for an essence spirit to nurture them. Because of that, Su Zimo's cultivation speed increased tremendously. Secondly, when he was at the nascent soul realm, he cultivated the top cultivation techniques of the immortal and Buddhist sections. At the Void Reversion realm, he cultivated the top cultivation techniques of the immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. The cultivation technique of the Fiend sects even came from a half-martial ancestor of the Fiend sections. There was no need for Su Zimo to comprehend the insights and understanding of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra personally. After devouring the memories of the half-martial ancestor of the Fiend sects, it was as though he was enlightened. He could comprehend the essence and profoundness of this Fiend technique right away. With that, he had already cultivated to the peak of the mid-stage Void Reversion realm after 10 years. He had been in this realm for a month now. Su Zimo could vaguely sense a bottleneck. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he might not be able to break through this bottleneck even if he spent another 10 years or dozens of years. Furthermore, he was in deep thought, and now that he had returned to the North region, it was a good time to visit some of his old friends. After bidding farewell to Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost, Su Zimo left Dragon Burial Valley and headed towards the capital of Great Shou. This time round, he no longer had to hide after returning to the North region. The impact of the battle at the Dao Inheritance Ground was immense. Later on, the D-clan half-martial ancestor was severely injured and a mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect died. The fact that a few conjoined body mighty figures of a few super sects were defeated in the Dragon Burial Valley had an even greater impact on the cultivation world. At the very least, none of the sects dared to target him under the guise of killing someone from an alien race. There was no Dharma characteristic Tao Lord or conjoined body mighty figure that would dare to attack him recklessly given their difference in major cultivation realms. This was excluding fights between peers of the same cultivation realm. Of course, in the eyes of many cultivators, Suzimo had already fallen from grace. Without the divine phoenix bone, his body and the creation green lotus, Suzimo was not even a paragon in the eyes of the cultivators. Even if he could return alive, he would fade into the masses and become insignificant. At that moment, no one realized that the monster incarnate that once caused countless paragons to tremble in fear had already been reborn. After entering the territory of Great Zhou, Suzimo was in no hurry. He continued forward and surveyed the mountains and rivers. All these years, under Ji Yaoshue's governance, Great Zhou was even more prosperous than before. The country was strong and the citizens lived in peace. More than 100 years ago, the allied army of Great Shang, Great Xia and Great Yu invaded Great Zhou and was buried by Suzimo in Sunglang mountain range. After that battle, the fate of Great Zhou flourished. Suzimo was happy for Ji Yaoshue as well. Although they were fated, they were not on the same path. As the Empress of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoshue naturally wanted to establish a strong dynasty and welcome a peaceful era. However, Suzimo had to continue cultivating and pursue that illusory great Tao to catch up to Dai Yu. Even so, Ji Yaoshue held an extremely important position in Suzimo's heart. He could not forget how Ji Yaoshue looked at him without any contempt before he condensed his qi. He could not forget the sky treasure badge given to him by Ji Yaoshue. More than that, he could not forget that 100 years ago, there was a woman who braved danger every year to come to Dragon Burial Valley to vent her emotions. If not for Ji Yaoshue, he would not even be able to see Su Hong for the last time. Su Hong was his older brother. Back then, Glass Palace chased after him. Nobody dared to get involved with him, or take in Su Hong. Only Ji Yaoshue risked her life to bring Su Hong out, and hid him in the capital of Great Zhou for 20 years. Suzimo remembered all of that friendship. He might not end up with Ji Yaoshue in this lifetime. However, as long as he was alive, he would ensure her safety for the rest of her life. Before long, Suzimo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far away, there was a layer of dark clouds in the skies. It was formed from extremely heavy grievances that lingered without dissipating. Suzimo moved and rushed over. Before long, he arrived. It was a medium-sized village with about 40 families. At that moment, corpses were strewn everywhere in the village. Every single corpse was rotten and filled with poisonous boils. There was a huge hole in their abdomen, and the blood that flowed had long dried up. All the corpses had widened eyes and died with grievances. Their deaths were tragic and shocking. All of the blood was black. Frowning slightly, Suzimo released his spirit consciousness and enveloped the entire village. There were more than 100 people in the village. Be it men, women, old or young, all of them were dead without a single survivor. All of them died in similar states. Poison boils grew on their bodies and their blood turned black. There was a huge hole in their abdomens, as though they were ripped apart by something. It did not seem like it was done by any demon beast. However, Suzimo could not sense any aura left behind by cultivators from these mortals. These mortals died in a strange manner. Suzimo's expression was dark. This was something that happened in the mortal world and had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw these unarmed mortals encounter such a calamity, he could not help but recall the calamity that the citizens of the country of Yen had suffered. This scene strengthened his determination to establish his Tao. Chapter 1094 Black Rain. Chapter 1094 Black Rain. 3 gigantic spirit vessels flew in the skies above the territory of Great Zhou. Each spirit vessel had close to 100 cultivators with powerful auras and exuded a mighty pressure. Among them, there were more than 10 void reversions on each spirit vessel, and the rest were nascent souls. No matter where it was, this was a force that could not be ignored. The 3 spirit vessels were majestic, and each of them had a gigantic flag with the words Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu written on it. On the spirit vessel in the middle, 3 cultivators stood side by side with a dignified and incomparably noble expression. It was clear that they were people who had been in power for a long time. If any cultivator in the capital of Great Zhou saw the three of them, they would definitely be shocked. These three cultivators were the emperors of Great Xia, Great Shang, and Great Yu dynasties. The emperors of the three dynasties personally arrived in the territory of Great Zhou. This piece of land is truly not bad. It's filled with talents and blessings. Suddenly, a playful voice sounded from behind the three emperors. The three emperors shuddered and immediately moved to make way. A green-robed cultivator strode over. He was at the void reversion realm, and his lips curled into a sinister smile as he advanced to the bow of the ship slowly. Initially, the three emperors were dignified. However, when they saw this person, they lowered their heads slightly and greeted respectfully. Master! Standing against the wind, the green-robed cultivator passed by a bustling city and looked down at the dense crowd of mortals beneath him. A ferocious glint flashed through his eyes as he gently removed his sleeves. Pieces of black light rained down on the ground. Go, go! The green-robed cultivator smiled gently and murmured, I know you guys are hungry. Go and eat those ants and enjoy yourselves. In the city, the pedestrians walking on the streets felt their faces wet and touched instinctively. Their fingers were stained with a black liquid that resembled ink. What's that? Is that black rain? A pedestrian hurried by, wiping his cheeks and muttering. Nobody cared. Nobody noticed the three spirit vessels shuttling through the clouds above the city. On the spirit vessel, the three emperors looked at the black spots of light spilling from the green-robed young man's sleeves with a hint of fear in their eyes. Master, don't worry. The territory of Great Zhou will be under your control soon. With a humble expression, the Emperor of Great Xia gave a somewhat obsequious laugh. The Emperor of Great Shang said in a low voice, Master, the Patriarch of Great Zhou died after his lifespan was depleted. Without a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord in the Great Zhou dynasty, the few of us are enough to occupy the capital of Great Zhou. However, I heard that the number one sect in the territory of Great Zhou, Ethereal Peak, has a Dharma characteristic demon beast. This? Foo-foo. The green-robed young man chuckled. What are you afraid of? That beast can't even protect itself. My master has already brought his men over. Master is wise. The three emperors hurriedly flattered. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Elder son of the Dragon Tiger sect has already arrived in the capital of Great Zhou. Even if there's a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, he won't be a match for Elder Son. A strong void reversion stood out and looked at the green-robed young man respectfully. With a Tao Lord from one of the 10 upper sects of the North region, Dragon Tiger sect, nothing will go wrong. The green-robed young man's gaze landed on the Tao being of Dragon Tiger sect as he smiled and asked, Tao being Red Tiger, how's the power of the golden silkworm? When he heard that, Tao being Red Tiger's gaze suddenly turned fervent as he grinned. It feels great. My combat strength has at least doubled. Thank you for granting me that. Ha ha! The green-robed young man raised his head and smiled, the mockery in his eyes fleeting. Su Zimo lingered in the village filled with corpses for a long time but did not find any clues. Those mortals died tragically and the black blood in their bodies seemed to be poisoned. However, there was a huge hole in the abdomen of those mortals, as though they were ripped apart by some demon beast. However, he did not discover any demonic chi around the village. Without any clue, Su Zimo set the corpses on fire to prevent a plague from spreading before continuing on towards the capital of Great Zhou. A day later, there was a city not far ahead with an aura of death surrounding it. A series of tragic wails could be heard from within the city. Frowning, Su Zimo sped forward and arrived above the city before long. When he looked down, he could not help but gasp. The city was strewn with corpses. Every single corpse had poisonous boils and a bloody hole in their abdomen that was oozing with black blood. They were exactly the same as the mortals who died in the village previously. There were hundreds of thousands of mortals and none were spared. Some of them were not dead and were still struggling on the spot. Their consciousnesses were already blurry, and they seemed to be enduring endless pain as they rolled and wailed on the ground. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside one of them. He scanned with his spirit consciousness, and realized that there was a wisp of spirit chi in that person's body. This was also a chi refinement warrior, but his cultivation realm was low. If not for that wisp of spirit chi, he might not have been able to survive till now. Su Zimo hurriedly took out a few bottles of elixirs from his storage bag and stuffed them into the mouths of one of them without any explanation. Those elixirs were perfect-grade elixirs that could cure all poisons. However, the person's condition did not improve at all after consuming the elixirs. He continued screaming in pain. Su Zimo was helpless against such a situation as well. How could this be? Su Zimo swayed the person's body and asked in a deep voice. What happened? Perhaps the elixirs had some effect on him as he regained consciousness and murmured. Black rain, black rain. Black rain? Su Zimo frowned. Right then, he swept his gaze across the person's abdomen. His clothes were already torn and a fist-sized blood bubble protruded from his exposed abdomen. Immediately after, the blood bubble burst. A black thing that resembled a snake's head burrowed out. It was the length of an arm and had no nose, eyes, or ears. However, it had a menacing mouth that could tear flesh and was filled with sharp fangs. Scree! The demon beast shrieked and tore through the person's abdomen. As though it sensed something, it suddenly turned around, opened its mouth and charged towards Su Zimo with its scarlet tongue. Evil creature! A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes and a scarlet flame appeared on his fingertip, engulfing the black demon beast instantly. Enveloped by the immortal Tao fire, the demon beast turned into ashes instantly without a single sound. He had never seen such a demon beast before. In fact, he could not sense any demonic chi from the demon beast at all. Su Zimo's expression was dark. This was clearly not a natural disaster, and was most likely a man-made disaster. The lives of these mortals had nothing to do with him. However, such inhumane and cruel methods still caused a strong killing intent to surge within him. Apart from being, he had not felt such killing intent for a long time. Chapter 1095 3 Dynasties Paying Respects. Chapter 1095 3 Dynasties Paying Respects. Su Zimo was silent as he looked at those who were still struggling and screaming. Although his combat strength was strong and he was once the most terrifying monster incarnate in Tianhuang mainland, he was helpless against this scene. These people could no longer be saved. The only thing he could do was to end their suffering. Poof! 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 Su Zimo flicked his finger gently and released dermic powers, killing the mortals who were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Thereafter, he released the immortal Tao fire and burned the entire city to ashes. Su Zimo moved and continued forward. Before long, his gaze shifted and he saw a group of cultivators speeding ahead, seemingly discussing something. Have you heard? The Patriarch of Great Shou has passed away from old age. Ah! The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord that established the Great Shou dynasty? That's him. To think that he would live for so long before dying. I heard that if not for the Patriarch presiding over the capital of Great Shou would have been annexed by the other 3 dynasties. Su Zimo's ears quivered and he heard everything that the cultivators were discussing. He frowned slightly with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had heard of the Patriarch of the Great Shou dynasty. Back then, Nian Qi and little crane Qing Qing were able to enter the intermediate ancient battlefield because the old immortal crane and the Patriarch of Great Shou worked together to open up the spatial node. This old ancestor was already in his twilight years and had yet to break through. It was only logical that his lifespan was exhausted. Su Zimo was puzzled. This should have been an extremely secretive matter. How did everyone know about it? If the 3 dynasties were to hear of this, it would be disadvantageous for Great Shou. Su Zimo did not think further. A pair of dermic power wings appeared on his back and lightning coiled around his body. He turned into a bolt of purple lightning and overtook the cultivators instantly, disappearing into the void. The capital of Great Shou. The palace was cold and empty. A woman in a pale yellow robe with long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall had an extremely beautiful face. Although she was not wearing any makeup or pearls, she had a dignified aura. The woman rubbed her forehead gently and leaned against the back of the chair. Her eyes were closed and there was a deep fatigue between her brows as though she was taking a nap. A middle-aged man walked in from outside the hall and sighed gently as he looked at the sleeping woman. During this period of time, the patriarch had passed away and the pillar of the dynasty had collapsed. All the burden was on this woman. That was because she was the current empress of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoxue. Even a 7-foot-tall man like him could not withstand the pressure, let alone a weak woman. For some reason, news of the patriarch's death had spread over the past few days, causing the entire Great Zhou to be in turmoil. After hesitating for a long time, the middle-aged man said softly, "Empress, the kings have arrived at the capital to pay their respects." "Yes." Ji Yaoxue jolted awake from her dream and let out a long breath before nodding. "Uncle Mingzai, it's been hard on you." "It's nothing." That middle-aged man was perfected Lord Mingzai, who had once followed the emperor. Right now, he had already cultivated to the void reversion realm. Ji Yaoxue walked out. She was the one who wanted the kings to pay their respects. Since the news of the patriarch's death had already been leaked, she might as well take advantage of the situation and gather the kings of the Great Zhou vassal states here to teach them a lesson. The two of them headed towards the depths of the palace where the patriarch of Great Zhou was buried. The kings had arrived as well. Right then, a beautiful figure sped over with an extremely fast and anxious expression. It was the former commander of the White Hawk Guards and one of the current commanders of the Imperial Army, Bai Yuhan. After more than 100 years, Bai Yuhan had also cultivated to the nascent soul realm. "Yuhan, what's wrong?" Something major must have happened for Bai Yuhan to be in such a hurry. However, Ji Yaoxue remained composed and asked in a deep voice. "Empress, something bad has happened." Bai Yuhan panted slightly. "The spirit vessels of the 3 dynasties are already approaching the capital. The emperors of the 3 dynasties are gathered and there are dozens of void reversions and 200 nascent souls. They claim that they're here to pay their respects." Ji Yaoxue's expression changed. "What?" Dao Bing Mingzai exclaimed in shock. For the 3 emperors to enter the Great Zhou dynasty at such a time and lead such powerful cultivators, they definitely had ill intentions and could not be here purely to pay their respects. Initially, the emperors of the 3 dynasties did not dare to venture deep into the capital of Great Zhou with the Dharma characteristic Dao Lord guarding it. But now that the patriarch was dead, the 3 emperors had arrived on their imperial mounts. "Empress, let's leave first or it'll be too late," Bai Yuhan persuaded with a worried expression. Dao Bing Mingzai pondered for a moment before nodding as well. "There are less than 10 void reversions in our capital. I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat them. Commander Bai is right. We should avoid them for now." "Avoid?" Ji Yaoxue laughed self-deprecatingly and asked. "Where can we hide?" "To Ethereal Peak," Dao Bing Mingzai said in a deep voice. "Ethereal Peak has the old immortal crane guarding it. As long as we obtain the old immortal crane's support, you can lead the cultivation army to make a comeback and reclaim the capital." Ji Yaoxue shook her head. "The foundation of Great Zhou is here. The capital of Great Zhou is here and the citizens of Great Zhou are here. Anyone can retreat except me. I'm the Empress of Great Zhou." The kings were in the palace and if Ji Yaoxue retreated, the Great Zhou dynasty would be destroyed as well. "Send a message to Ethereal Peak to ask Senior Crane for reinforcements." Ji Yaoxue took a deep breath and a resolute expression appeared on her face. "Gather all the void reversions and nascent souls in the capital and get them to arrive as soon as possible. Our opponents are merely void reversions and nascent souls as well. As long as we can hold on, all the cultivators of the 3 dynasties will be buried here when Senior Crane of Ethereal Peak arrives." "Understood," Bai Yuhan replied in a deep voice and retrieved a spirit crane from her storage bag. She wrote a few words and released it. At the same time, Dao Bing Mingzai released spirit cranes to gather the void reversions in the capital. In the depths of the palace, In front of a tomb, the kings stood side by side with solemn expressions. Before long, Jiyaoxue arrived with many cultivators. 9 void reversions and 37 nascent souls followed behind her in a terrifying manner. What's going on? The kings were shocked. They knew that the Empress had called them over to give them a warning. However, they had not expected the Empress to create such a huge commotion. Kings, if you're done paying your respects, please return. Upon arriving, Jiyaoxue did not bother to exchange pleasantries with the kings and said straightforwardly. The kings were stunned. However, immediately, a king reacted and cupped his hands in farewell. The remaining kings left one after another. Right then, a black cloud shrouded over from the skies not far away. The clouds rumbled and enveloped the entire capital of Great Zhou. Upon hearing that the Patriarch of Great Zhou has passed away, I, the Emperor of Great Xia, have come to pay my respects. I, the Emperor of Great Shang, have come to pay my respects. I, the Emperor of Great Yu, have come to pay my respects. All the kings were shocked and looked over. In the skies, 3 gigantic spirit vessels tore through the black clouds and figures stood on them, exuding a tremendous might as they cruised over slowly. Chapter 1096 Dao Being Flying Wolf. Chapter 1096 Dao Being Flying Wolf. Although the cultivation realms of the kings present were not high, they were all people of high status and authority. They quickly realized something. The emperors of 3 dynasties had arrived personally with so many cultivators to pay their respects. It was clear that they had ill intentions. If the empress could not withstand this calamity, the Great Zhou dynasty would most likely be divided today. Jiyaoxue was uneasy and her palms were filled with cold sweat. However, she maintained her composure despite the circumstances and looked fearless. She must not panic. If she lost her cool, everyone would be doomed. The only thing she had to do was to delay as much as possible. 3 gigantic spirit vessels stopped above the crowd of cultivators. What's wrong? You don't seem to welcome us, Empress? The Emperor of Great Xia smiled and asked loudly. If the 3 of you are here to pay your respects sincerely, I will naturally welcome you. However, if you have any ulterior motives... Jiyaoxue did not continue, but there was a hint of murderous intent in her tone. Even against the armies of the 3 dynasties, she did not show any fear. Fufu. The 3 emperors exchanged glances and smiled mockingly. Prior to this, they might have been scared off by Jiyaoxue's composure. But now, victory was within their grasp. Given the power and influence behind them, they could even flatten the aristocratic families of the North region, let alone the Great Zhou dynasty. The spirit vessel dispersed, and the armies of the 3 dynasties descended slowly. Even though they had long received the news, there was still a commotion among the cultivators on the Great Zhou side. Not everyone could remain calm in the face of such a terrifying formation like Jiyaoxue. Among the crowd behind the 3 emperors, a green-robed cultivator stood between them. His gaze landed on Jiyaoxue's face with a playful look. Arriving at the tomb of the Great Zhou's patriarch, the Emperor of Great Xia shook his head gently and sighed. What a pity! What a pity that you died early and can't see the Great Zhou destroyed. The expressions of the Great Zhou cultivators changed. This was an undisguised provocation. The 3 emperors bowed before the tomb of the Great Zhou's patriarch before retreating to the front and looking at Jiyaoxue with a fake smile. Empress of Great Zhou, are you so calm because you're waiting for reinforcements from Ethereal Peak? The Emperor of Great Xia suddenly laughed and asked. Jiyaoxue remained silent. The Emperor of Great Shang reared his head in laughter. To tell you the truth, you won't be able to wait any longer. From this day forth, not only will Great Zhou be removed, Ethereal Peak will be destroyed as well. At that point, the cultivators of Great Zhou could no longer maintain their composure. Jiyaoxue's expression was cold as she said sternly, The 3 of you, I have 9 void reversions and more than 30 nascent souls behind me. If we fight to the death, your 3 dynasties will suffer great losses as well. Fufu. The Emperor of Great Xia smiled leisurely. Empress of Great Xia, Do you really think that you can fight against us? Flying Wolf, go! The moment he said that, a void reversion stood out from behind the Emperor of Great Xia. There was a hint of ferocity in his eyes and he was filled with killing intent. Dao Bing Flying Wolf! Dao Bing Mingzhe frowned. Dao Bing Flying Wolf was originally an itinerant cultivator of the North region. He was ruthless and extremely ferocious. He had been famous for many years. To think that he had actually submitted to the Great Xia dynasty. Dao Bing Flying Wolf twisted his neck twice, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. For some unknown reason, under Dao Bing Mingzhe's gaze, Dao Bing Flying Wolf's cheeks shimmered with silver light. It was as though there were earthworms crawling within and they disappeared quickly. Dao Bing Flying Wolf lunged towards Ji Yaoxue in huge strides. You must have a death wish! Immediately, a void reversion stood out from behind Ji Yaoxue. Leaping into the air, he waved his sleeves and a flying sword sped forward, turning into a cold beam that shot towards Dao Bing Flying Wolf. The sword was extremely fast. However, Dao Bing Flying Wolf was even faster. In a flash, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Immediately after, everyone felt their cheeks heat up. In midair, Dao Bing Flying Wolf appeared and tore the void reversion into two, swallowing his essence spirit and chewing it. It was only when the blood splattered on everyone's faces that it felt warm. By that time, one of Great Zhou's 9 void reversions was already dead. Psst! The crowd gasped. Dao Bing Mingzhe was shocked as well. Dao Bing Flying Wolf's combat strength was many times stronger than what he knew. Clang! Dao Bing Flying Wolf's arms trembled and a pair of cold claws with 4 dermic patterns appeared on his wrist. It was a supreme-grade Dao Bing dermic weapon. This was not common in the cultivation world of the Great Zhou dynasty. Even Dao Bing Mingzhe only had a superior-grade Dao Bing dermic weapon. Kill! A strange silver light flashed through Dao Bing Flying Wolf's eyes as he charged into the crowd. Dao Bing Mingzhe hurriedly retreated with Ji Yaoxue. 3 void reversions attacked at the same time and released dermic arts and dermic weapons, forming a gigantic barrier that wanted to trap Dao Bing Flying Wolf within. However, Dao Bing Flying Wolf was way too fast and his movement technique was strange. In a flash, he passed through layers of barriers and arrived before the 3 void reversions. Broken limbs flew and blood mist spewed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 3 void reversions were dead. There were only 5 void reversions left beside Ji Yaoxue. Die! 2 void reversions stood out and released a spirit consciousness attack without hesitation. Nobody in the Great Zhou dynasty knew about Essence Spirit's secret skills. Dao Bing Flying Wolf was not afraid at all and condensed his spirit consciousness as well, colliding with the spirit consciousnesses of the 2 void reversions with a loud bang. Immediately after, the 2 void reversions grunted. A look of pain flashed through Dao Bing Flying Wolf's eyes as well. Their spirit consciousnesses clashed, and the 3 of them were injured at the same time. On the side of Great Zhou, another void reversion took the opportunity to attack. With a cold flash, he slashed Dao Bing Flying Wolf's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the sword slashed forward and sparks flew everywhere. Impenetrable? Dao Bing Mingzhe's eyes widened. When did Dao Bing Flying Wolf's body become so strong? Even if the flying sword was an ordinary mid-grade Dao Bing dermic weapon, there was no way it could not pierce through Dao Bing Flying Wolf's body. Another dermic art descended and struck Dao Bing Flying Wolf squarely on the chest. However, it merely sent him tumbling. Dao Bing Flying Wolf stood up once more and his eyes shone with silver light. He grinned sinisterly and charged towards the few void reversions that attacked. Poof! 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 Flashes of blood appeared. In less than 10 rounds, another 4 void reversions were killed by Dao Bing Flying Wolf. Mingzhe was the only void reversion left beside Ji Yaoxue. Many nascent souls of Great Zhou retreated repeatedly, and nobody dared to advance. Even void reversions had fallen one after another. There was nothing they could do even if they went up. Dao Bing Mingzhe felt chills run down his spine. It was only at this moment that he realized what sort of terrifying cultivators they were facing. Ji Yaoxue was devastated. Great Shou was on the brink of destruction. Chapter 1097 Someone's Bullying You. Chapter 1097 Someone's Bullying You. Something isn't right. Dao Bing Ming Zai's expression was terrible. Although Dao Bing Flying Wolf was strong, he could not be that strong. Furthermore, if Dao Bing Flying Wolf had such combat strength, why would he listen to the orders of the great Xia dynasty? Ever since the destruction of the great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago, the current 4 dynasties of the North region no longer had their former glory and strength. Back then, there were 2 Buddhist monasteries presiding over the great Qian Empire. The strength of an empire was comparable to a super sect. But now, let alone super sects, even the 4 dynasties could not compare to the 10 upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region. Given Dao Bing Flying Wolf's combat strength, he was more than qualified to join the upper sects. Why would he join the great Xia dynasty? Dao Bing Ming Zai vaguely realized that the enemy's great Shou was facing this time round might be much more terrifying than the 3 dynasties. How confident did the 3 emperors have to be to pay a personal visit to the great Shou dynasty? The emperor of Great Xia smiled leisurely. Empress of Great Shou, why are the void reversions of your great Shou so weak and vulnerable? The emperor of Great Yu said coldly. Ji Yaoxue, more than 100 years ago, your lover, Su Zimo, killed 1 million people from the allied army of our 3 dynasties in Sanglang mountain range. It's time to settle this debt. Ji Yaoxue knew that she was definitely going to die today, and that the great Shou dynasty was about to be destroyed. There was no longer any fear in her heart, as she sneered. The army of the 3 dynasties invaded the great Shou dynasty and slaughtered more than 1 million citizens wherever they passed. Those lowlifes were akin to mantises trying to stop a chariot by going against our 3 dynasties. They were the ones who had death wishes. A ferocious glint flashed through the eyes of the Emperor of Great Shan as he laughed sinisterly. Ji Yaoxue, Su Zimo is already a cripple. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. As such, that blood debt is now relegated to you. Ji Yaoxue's eyes dimmed when she heard that name. She had also heard about the battle 10 years ago. Even if Su Zimo could return once again, after his body was destroyed and the loss of his divine phoenix bone as well as creation green lotus, he would not be the invincible monster incarnate he was in the past. Such a blow was enough to destroy anyone. Ji Yaoxue looked into the distance and sighed internally. Zimo, I wonder if you're all right. We are not fated to meet again in this lifetime. At that moment, a strong sense of longing surged in her heart. Like a dying lantern, scenes of the 2 of them interacting appeared before her eyes. She was immersed in it and smiled gently, her eyes turning moist. Those scenes eventually condensed into a figure that appeared in her blurry vision. He wore green robes and had a slender figure. His black hair swayed and his eyes were clear. He was smiling at her with a gentle gaze as he walked over slowly. Was she hallucinating? Ji Yaoxue sniffed and laughed self-deprecatingly. Lowering her head slightly, she took out a short sword and prepared to commit suicide. Suddenly, she realized that all the cultivators present were looking in that direction with eyes widened in shock. Su! Dao Bing Ming Zai pointed into the distance and uttered words in disbelief, but he could not continue. Ji Yaoxue seemed to have realized something and looked up suddenly. Not far away, a green-robed cultivator truly appeared in her line of sight and arrived before her in the blink of an eye. Was she not hallucinating? Who is that person? The Emperor of Great Xia frowned and asked. The green-robed cultivator was merely at the void reversion realm. Why did some of the cultivators look as though they had seen a ghost when they saw him? It's him! Dao Bing Red Tiger of Dragon Tiger Sect narrowed his gaze and said in a deep voice. Dao Bing Desolate Marshal, Su Zimo! In the crowd, a cold glint flashed through the green-robed young man's eyes as he murmured. Interesting. We were merely dealing with small fries. To think that a big fish would be lured out. Foo! The Emperor of Great Yu sneered. This person would still have some deterrence if this was 10 years ago. But now, he's merely a cripple. Ji Yaoxue looked at the intruder in a daze and called out softly in disbelief. Zimo? Her voice trembled as she extended her palm slowly, wanting to touch Su Zimo's cheek. However, she did not dare, and her palm froze in midair. She was afraid that the illusion would disappear if she touched it. Su Zimo arrived beside Ji Yaoxue and reached out to gently wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Ji Yaoxue no longer had any doubts as she felt the warmth in his palm. This was not a hallucination. The person before her was Su Zimo. Su Zimo sighed gently. Someone's bullying you. For some unknown reason, the moment that sigh sounded, a chill ran down the cultivators' spines and their hairs stood on end. It felt as though they were in great danger and were targeted by a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Even the green-robed young man frowned and felt his scalp tingle. He shook his head to get rid of that feeling. Yes. Ji Yaoxue did not say anything more, and her dignified aura of an empress vanished instantly. As though she had been wrong, she merely nodded and acknowledged. At that moment, no one realized that her single yes reply had already determined their death sentence. Stop pretending! What's with that drama? Suddenly, Dao Bing Flying Wolf sneered. Dao Bing Desolate Marshal, your past glory is all in the past. Number 1 of the phenomenon ranking? Number 1 perfected lord? Number 1 Dao Bing? None of that has anything to do with you anymore. Oh? Su Zimo could not help but laugh. This time round, he had merely been in seclusion for 10 years, and even a nobody in the cultivation world like Dao Bing Flying Wolf dared to jump out. Dao Bing Flying Wolf might have some reputation in the cultivation world of the North region, but he was far from being a true paragon. He had not even entered the Dao inheritance ground before. In other words, he was not even fit to carry Su Zimo's shoes. Of course, the reason why Dao Bing Flying Wolf was so arrogant was because a half-martial ancestor expert attacked Su Zimo 10 years ago. Logically speaking, after losing the Divine Phoenix Bone, the creation Green Lotus, and his body being destroyed, Su Zimo would definitely be reduced to an ordinary void reversion. However, no one knew that although Su Zimo's body and bloodline were slightly weaker after reconstructing his Green Lotus true body, his combat strength was no weaker than 10 years ago. Su Zimo, you came at the right time. The Emperor of Great Xia's gaze was cold as he said in a deep voice. 100 years ago, an army of 1,000,000 cultivators from the 3 dynasties were killed. We'll repay that blood debt with your life. Kill! Dao Bing Flying Wolf growled and his figure flashed. Suddenly, he lunged towards Su Zimo with a pair of sharp, bloody claws extending from his wrist. Su Zimo looked at Dao Bing Flying Wolf and his eyes suddenly shone with a strange black light. Heavenly Fiend Eye. It was a visual technique of the Dao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. Cultivators with weak wills and Dao hearts would be easily controlled and lose consciousness. Suddenly, Dao Bing Flying Wolf stopped in his tracks and stood rooted to the spot in a daze as though he had lost his soul. Although the Heavenly Fiend Eye did not have much lethality, it was still a fiend technique from the ancient era, and Dao Bing Flying Wolf could not defend against it. Ah! Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Everyone witnessed how ferocious Dao Bing Flying Wolf was earlier on. 8 void reversions of the Great Shou dynasty were killed by him alone. But now, Dao Bing Flying Wolf was no match for Su Zimo's gaze and had given up on resisting after a single glance. He stood motionlessly on the spot at the moment. Any nascent soul would be able to kill him with ease, let alone Su Zimo. Chapter 1098 Strange Power. Chapter 1098 Strange Power. It's a visual technique. As someone from one of the upper sects, Dao Bing Red Tiger was the first to react and said in the crowd. Right then, Dao Bing Flying Wolf's body shuddered and a sudden movement came from his body. Strange silver threads appeared on his cheeks. Thereafter, silver light shone from his eyes. Eh? Su Zimo's expression changed and a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. There was clearly an extremely strange power in Dao Bing Flying Wolf's body. With the burst of that power, he managed to break free from the control of the heavenly fiend Eye. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. He flicked his finger and dermic powers formed a sword chi that shot out. Poof! The dermic power sword chi entered Dao Bing Flying Wolf's glabella instantly. Su Zimo did not need to use any dermic arts against ordinary void reversions. Even the simplest transformation of dermic powers into a single sword chi could create immense lethality. Although he was at the mid-stage void reversion realm, his essence spirit had become incomparably pure after being tempered by the top cultivation techniques of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects. The range of his spirit consciousness was more than 500 kilometers and was comparable to Dharma characteristic Tao lords. His dermic powers were even more terrifying. This was the purest form of suppression through brute force. Under countless gazes, Dao Bing Flying Wolf had just broken free from the control of the heavenly fiend Eye and was about to regain consciousness when Su Zimo's dermic power sword chi penetrated his glabella. Dao Bing Flying Wolf's essence spirit was destroyed, and he died on the spot. Although Dao Bing Flying Wolf was dead, Su Zimo was puzzled by the sudden surge of power that appeared in the latter's body. Clearly, if not for that power, Dao Bing Flying Wolf's combat strength would not have reached that level either. It was impossible for him to kill 8 void reversions of Great Zhou single-handedly. "Go, kill him!" the Emperor of Great Xia said fiercely. "Kill Desolate Marshal and you'll be famous throughout the world!" "That's right, he's alone. All of you, attack together!" The Emperor of Great Yu shouted as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately 8 void reversions stood out from behind the 3 emperors with strange silver lines appearing on their faces. Finally, silver light flashed through the eyes of the void reversions as they attacked at the same time. Instantly, more than 10 flying swords tore through the air. In midair, a few void reversions even conjured dermic arts and arrived. "That technique again?" Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The dermic weapons and dermic arts of these void reversions were not worth mentioning. However, the silver threads that appeared on their bodies caused their strength to double and their combat strength to soar. Su Zimo had never seen such methods before. Of course, even if the combat strength of the void reversions were doubled, there was nothing to fear. Su Zimo extended his finger and tapped forward. Boom! Suddenly, a dark cloud condensed above the heads of the cultivators. It was pitch black as ink and streaks of blinding lightning descended from the skies. It connected the heavens and the earth. Electric arcs intertwined endlessly, forming a gigantic thunderstorm. The green-robed cultivator was shocked and retreated immediately. The cultivators of the 3 dynasties reacted and retreated. Bang! Boom! Boom! The terrifying thunderstorm exuded a tremendous might as though it could destroy everything and instantly engulf the 8 void reversions that attacked. Their flying swords, spirit weapons and dermic arts were all enveloped by the purple thunderstorm. A moment later, the storm dissipated. There were only 8 charred corpses on the ground that were beyond recognition. Green smoke billowed from their bodies and they were already dead. The dermic arts of the void reversions were also devoured by the thunderstorm and vanished without a trace. There were many flying swords and spirit weapons scattered on the ground. None of them were intact. That dermic art was so terrifying that even dermic weapons could not withstand it, and were smashed into pieces. After the purple thunder manual was fused with the green thunder manual, it formed a complete cultivation technique, the Great Void Spirit Refinement section. The original purple thunderstorm had also turned into the current thunderstorm. Its power was even more shocking. On the side of the 3 dynasties, the emperors of the 3 dynasties, void reversions and many nascent souls were shocked and trembling with deep fear in their eyes. The cultivators gulped. Wasn't Dao Bing Desolate Marshal's body crippled and his combat strength greatly reduced after losing the creation Green Lotus and Divine Phoenix Bone? Didn't they say that Dao Bing Desolate Marshal was already a cripple? What was going on? In the face of that dermic art, they felt as insignificant as ants. This was not an illusion. Given Su Zimo's current dermic powers, the thunderstorm was not much weaker than the power of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord if it was released at full power. It seems like there's been some commotion. Su Zimo shrugged with a relaxed expression. The reason why he released that Dharmic art was not to deal with the void reversions. He merely wanted to see how powerful the Dharmic art was. After all, he had not fought anyone since he entered seclusion at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The green-robed young man frowned deeply. The contempt and mockery in his eyes had long vanished. Su Zimo's combat strength seemed to be different from the rumors. Given his strength, he did not have absolute confidence in killing Su Zimo even if he attacked. Of course, he could still maintain his composure. Even if void reversions like them could not suppress Su Zimo, there was still a Dharma characteristic of the Dragon Tiger sect in the capital of Great Zhou. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord must have sensed the commotion. "All of you, attack together!" Right then, Tao being Red Tiger hollered. "Desolate Marshal's body was destroyed and his reconstructed body is extremely weak. If you guys fight him in close combat, you'll definitely be able to severely injure him." His words jolted everyone into realization. 10 years ago, Su Zimo lost his body but his essence spirit was not injured. Right now, they were definitely not a match for Su Zimo in terms of Dharmic techniques. In the cultivation world, all cultivators knew some common knowledge. If void reversions lost their bodies, it would be difficult for them to recover their former combat strength whether it was through assimilation or purchasing a void reversion physical body. In the past, Su Zimo had a terrifying physique and was invincible in melee combat. But now, his body was his greatest weakness. At that thought, 6 cultivators suddenly appeared from the crowd. Their eyes flashed with silver light as they burst forth with their full speed towards Su Zimo. "Fellow Taoists, be careful!" When Dao Bing Mingzhe saw that Su Zimo was motionless, he reminded hurriedly. "If they want to engage in melee combat, you have to keep your distance." "There's no need." Smiling gently, Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and channeled his Dharmic powers to his fingertips. He flicked his finger gently. Shing! 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 Beams of Dharmic power soared. She shot out at an extremely fast speed towards the 6 void reversions charging over. Poof! A void reversion could not dodge in time and his head was pierced by the Dharmic power sword Chi, causing his essence spirit to dissipate. The other 5 void reversions slowed down hurriedly. One of them turned sideways slightly to avoid the sharpness of the Dharmic power sword Chi. Before he could catch his breath, he caught sight of something from the corner of his eye and was scared out of his wits. The Dharmic power sword Chi had already swept past him when it suddenly paused. As though it had a mind of its own, it spun its blade and stabbed towards the back of his head. Poof! Blood flashed. The void reversion fell to the ground dead. Chapter 1099 What are you trying to do? Chapter 1099 What are you trying to do? With Su Zimo's spirit consciousness, he could control Dharmic powers with ease. The Dharmic power sword Chi that shot out from midair were extremely sentient. As though they were alive, they circled around the void reversions that were charging over and shuttled back and forth. Swoosh! 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 Even if a void reversion could dodge the first attack, he could not dodge the second. Even if he could dodge the second attack, he could not escape the encirclement of 2 or even multiple sword Chi. The void reversion stood on the spot and shifted around. They were already on the brink of death, let alone close in. The 3 emperors were already pale with fright. Instinctively, they wanted to turn around and look at the green-robed young man. But soon, a voice sounded in the mind of the 3 emperors. Don't turn back! If you dare look at me, I'll kill you right now! The green-robed young man's voice contained a cold and sinister killing intent. The 3 emperors shuddered and did not dare to do anything else. The green-robed young man's expression was grim as his eyes shifted. He looked at Tao Being Red Tiger beside him with a cold gaze filled with doubt and killing intent. Didn't you say that there's a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord in the capital of Great Zhou? The green-robed young man sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Where is he? Why hasn't he appeared despite the commotion here? Dao Bing Red Tiger's expression was terrible. Elder Sun had indeed arrived at the capital of Great Shou. However, for some reason, he did not appear. In reality, Elder Son of Dragon Tiger sect was nearby. However, he did not dare to attack. The person at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley was still alive. In the current cultivation world, not many people would dare to attack Su Zimo if they were a major cultivation realm apart from the latter. Back in the Dragon Burial Valley, a half-martial ancestor of Chaos Essence sect was severely injured and a conjoined body mighty figure died. According to what the person from Dragon Burial Valley said, he would not interfere even if Su Zimo died in a fight between cultivators of the same cultivation realm. He could only blame Su Zimo for not being skilled enough. However, the situation was different if it was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord who fought. It was easy for him to kill Su Zimo, but he and Dragon Tiger sect would have to endure the wrath of a Mahayana patriarch. Dragon Tiger sect won't be able to withstand even a Mahayana patriarch in his twilight years. In the blink of an eye, the 6 void reversions that had just entered the battlefield were dead. Dao Bing Red Tiger clenched his fists slightly. Under the gaze of the green-robed young man, he felt as though he was being stabbed in the back. A bunch of trash! Dao Bing Red Tiger stood out and took out a gigantic thick saber from his storage bag. He twisted his neck with a series of crackling sounds. Golden threads appeared on his cheeks in a strange manner. The golden threads disappeared as soon as they appeared on his cheeks. However, Dao Bing Red Tiger's eyes shone with a strange golden light. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he frowned slightly. It was that strange method again. Furthermore, the golden thread was clearly a level higher than the silver thread. After the golden threads appeared, Dao Bing Red Tiger's aura clearly became stronger. Right then, Ji Yaoshua exclaimed softly as well. Dragon Tiger sect? Ji Yaoshua noticed Dao Bing Red Tiger's sect badge and asked with a grim expression. As one of the 10 upper sects of the North region, why would the Dragon Tiger sect participate in a fight between dynasties? For the past 10,000 years, none of the 4 dynasties had the support of upper sects or aristocratic families. For example, in the Great Zhou dynasty, other than some small sects and factions, Ethereal Peak and True Fire sect who were part of the 5 major sects were among the top. This was not a strange phenomenon. It was also due to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Back then, the Great Qian Empire was strong and had a strong foundation. Within the territory, there were 2 Buddhist monasteries guarding it, and the upper sects and aristocratic families submitted to them readily. Even so, a calamity descended and the Great Qian Empire was annihilated. The 2 Buddhist monasteries were destroyed and dissipated in Tianhuang mainland as well. From then on, although the 4 dynasties were formed in the territories of the Great Qian Empire, there were no upper sects or aristocratic families involved anymore. If even 2 super sects like the Buddhist monasteries were destroyed because of the Great Qian Empire, it was normal for the upper sects and aristocratic families to be even more cautious. There was a tacit understanding between the upper sects and aristocratic families. Nobody would be involved with the 4 dynasties. But now, the Dragon Tiger sect was involved in the fight between the 4 dynasties and it was equivalent to breaking a balance. That surprised Ji Yaoshua. Was this the intention of the Dragon Tiger sect or the Void Reversion himself? Dao Bing Red Tiger glared at Su Zimo and grinned. Dragging his gigantic thick saber, his blood chi burst forth with a bang as he charged towards Su Zimo. Swoosh! The wind howled. Dao Bing Red Tiger's movement technique was more than twice as fast as the Void Reversion earlier on. The Dragon Tiger sect was one of the 10 upper sects of the North region. The Dragon Tiger Sutra of the sect was a top-notch body-tempering cultivation technique in the cultivation world. Dao Bing Red Tiger's physique and blood chi were not weak to begin with. With the help of the strange power derived from the golden threads, his speed had already reached its limits. There were even afterimages in his wake. Zimo, watch out! Ji Yaoshua exclaimed softly. The combat strength of this void reversion was clearly not on the same level as the void reversion earlier on. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Standing on the spot without any intention of retreating, he flicked his finger gently, and shot out a sword chi. Shing! The sword chi tore through the air and stabbed towards Dao Bing Red Tiger's glabella. Dao Bing Red Tiger's figure was still in midair when he suddenly twisted his body and avoided the sword chi by a hair's breadth. Without stopping, he continued charging forward. Shing! The sword chi turned around. Dao Bing Red Tiger's figure flashed again. If he wanted to maintain his charging speed, he would not be able to avoid Su Zimo's dermic power sword chi perfectly. Poof! The sword chi streaked across Dao Bing Red Tiger's arm. A blood arrow spewed out and scattered in the void. A gigantic sword wound appeared on Dao Bing Red Tiger's shoulder as blood gushed out. Eh? Su Zimo raised his brow. Normally, the sharpness of the sword chi should have been enough to sever Dao Bing Red Tiger's entire arm. But now, it only left a single wound on his body. With the help of that strange power, Dao Bing Red Tiger's body became much stronger. Earlier on, his wound was still dripping with blood. However, in the blink of an eye, the bleeding had stopped and golden lights shone on the wound. The flesh on both sides of the wound began to close up, showing signs of healing. Interesting. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. While he was in a daze, Dao Bing Red Tiger had already closed in with a frenzied expression and a menacing gaze. Desolate Marshal, hand over your life! At that distance, he was extremely confident that he could behead Su Zimo. Whoosh! The thick saber in Dao Bing Red Tiger's hands shone with 5 bedazzling lights. 5 dermic patterns, a perfect Dao Bing dermic weapon. This was extremely rare even among the 4 dynasties. A saber beam flashed and slashed down fiercely. However, Su Zimo seemed oblivious to it. Just as the saber was about to slash Su Zimo's neck, he suddenly reached out and grabbed it. He did not budge at all. Despite wielding the thick saber in his hands, he was unscathed. Su Zimo turned his head slightly and asked with a fake smile, "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 1100 Slaying Red Tiger. Chapter 1100 Slaying Red Tiger. All the cultivators were dumbfounded and speechless. Dao Bing Red Tiger's expression froze instantly as disbelief filled his eyes. Su Zimo's question rumbled in his mind. What are you trying to do? Dao Bing Red Tiger's mind was in chaos. That's right, what was he trying to do? The reason why he released all his strength and methods and even endured the injury of Su Zimo's dermic power sword chi was so that he could rush over, close the distance, and engage in melee combat. But now, the two of them were merely inches apart. However, his thick saber was gripped firmly by a fair and tender palm and could not move at all. This was a perfect Dao Bing dermic weapon. Slicing through a single strand of hair and cutting iron like mud, even those could not describe the sharpness of this thick saber. However, such a divine weapon was grabbed by the cultivator before him with his bare hands. He was not even gripping the handle, but the blade that was shimmering with a cold sharpness. What was he trying to do? What could he do? His plans, analysis, and the many trump cards that he was prepared to unleash next seemed extremely laughable at this moment. Dao Bing Red Tiger did not understand. It was absolutely true that the D clan's half-martial ancestor had crippled this person's body. Many cultivators in the Dao inheritance ground witnessed it. How was this person still able to withstand the sharpness of a perfect Dao Bing dermic weapon with his body? The most frightening thing was that his thick saber could not even scratch the person's skin. There was no way Dao Bing Red Tiger could have understood. It was true that Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body was inferior to the Dragon true body in terms of bloodline and strength. However, the toughness of this Green Lotus true body was not any weaker. Before the Grade 6 creation Green Lotus shattered, it was comparable to a Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapon. Su Zimo's skin was made of lotus leaves. Even Khanate Dao being dermic weapons could not hurt him, let alone perfect Dao being dermic weapons. Initially, Dao being Red Tiger thought that the monster incarnate of the past had already fallen from grace, and he wanted to take advantage of the situation to trample on him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that the monster incarnate of the past was still at the peak. The latter was so high up that he could not even touch the hem of the other party's clothes. "You think you can hurt me with that piece of scrap metal?" Suzimo's gaze intensified and he exerted strength in his fingers. There was a cracking sound that pierced through the skies. Suzimo broke the blade with his bare hands. The 5 blazing lights on the thick saber dimmed instantly. A perfect Dao being dermic weapon was destroyed by Suzimo barehanded in front of everyone. The sound of breaking echoed and all the cultivators present shuddered. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they forgot to breathe for a moment. Cultivators of the 3 dynasties looked at Suzimo with endless fear. This person had completely surpassed their understanding. This scene once again awakened their long-lost memories. They finally realized who they were facing. This was the terrifying existence that killed 8 titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground single-handedly. There were countless paragons and monster incarnates that died in his hands. Compared to those paragons and monster incarnates, they were insignificant. Dao being Red Tiger gulped and retreated with a horrified expression. In front of Suzimo, he did not even dare to make large motions and merely moved backwards slowly step by step. It took him less than 3 breaths to reach Suzimo. However, it felt as though a century had passed just by taking 3 steps back. He was scared out of his wits. Suzimo looked at the shivering Dao being Red Tiger and shook his head, smiling gently. "It's too late to leave now." Swash! A bolt of lightning flashed. Suzimo had already vanished from the spot. Dao being Red Tiger's pupils constricted and he exerted strength in his legs, wanting to retreat. However, he only felt a cold glint flash before his eyes. Gripping the broken blade of the thick saber, Suzimo slashed Dao being Red Tiger's throat viciously. "Chi!" A blood mist spewed out. Suzimo's figure disappeared once more, and he had already dodged. Dao being Red Tiger widened his eyes and staggered backwards, clutching his throat. However, scarlet blood was gushing out from the gaps between his fingers. Although the power of the golden silkworm in his body was strong, it was still difficult for him to recover from a fatal injury to his throat. The life force of his body was draining rapidly and his blood chi was declining. Dao being Red Tiger realized that his body was already crippled. Shh! With a flash of light, his essence spirit escaped from the top of his head. His essence spirit left his body. As though he had expected it, Suzimo tossed his hand casually. The broken blade that was still in his palm vanished and turned into a cold beam of light that slashed at Dao being Red Tiger's essence spirit instantly. Dao being Red Tiger died on the spot without saying anything. After killing Dao being Red Tiger, Suzimo glanced at a distant corner indifferently, as though he had just crushed an ant casually. There was a cultivator hidden in that corner. Dressed in the robes of the Dragon Tiger sect, his beard was grayish-white. He was elder son of the Dragon Tiger sect who had arrived at the capital of Great Zhou long ago, and was hiding nearby. Even after the disciples of the sect died, he did not appear. He was still holding back. However, at that moment, Dao being Desolate Marshal's gaze drifted towards him, causing Elder Son's heart to skip a beat. Could that lad have discovered my tracks? Elder Son frowned slightly with a bewildered expression. While he was feeling puzzled, Dao being Desolate Marshal had already retracted his gaze, as though that glance was merely a coincidence. Elder Son heaved a sigh of relief and lamented internally, "I was overthinking. This lad is only at the mid-stage void reversion realm. How could he have detected me?" On the other side, Suzimo retracted his gaze. The moment he arrived, he had already sensed that there was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord hidden in that corner. His spirit consciousness was comparable to Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, and with the help of his spirit perception, there was no way Elder Son's tracks could escape his senses. He was not bothered by this Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. If that person chose not to appear, Su Zimo would not take the initiative to provoke him either. His gaze landed on the three emperors once more. The three emperors felt their hearts turn cold. Run! There was only a single thought in the three emperors' minds. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect did not appear, and they only had one option: escape. Nobody is allowed to leave without my permission. Although Su Zimo's voice was neither loud nor soft, it was heard by every void reversion with an unquestionable authority. However, the cultivators of the three dynasties were scared out of their wits and did not dare to stay. In everyone's opinion, they would definitely die if they remained in the capital. Including nascent souls, there were more than 200 cultivators left in the three dynasties. However, Su Zimo was alone. As long as everyone dispersed and fled in all directions, there was no way Su Zimo could keep all of them. The green-robed young man was also hidden in the crowd and fled out of the city amidst the chaos. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold as he rose slowly and hovered in midair, saying coldly, "Anyone who makes a move rashly shall die." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.